Oh, did I just fuck this up? Oh boy. I didn't make the change I wanted to make. Well, let's hope it's okay. Ha 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 ha. I forgot to turn on the stream settings so that there was no delay. But hey, we're gonna have a little bit of delay. Oh well, at least it's gonna be a little bit less because I just started the stream again, but yeah. Hey, happy birthday. Alright, so let's talk about this. We're gonna be making a little game, probably just a little game. It's something that we want to make in about 3 weeks' time. A little bit less maybe, a little bit more, but around 3 weeks. So, with that said, we have no idea what we're making yet. I do have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea or what at the moment. It's just an idea, you could say. So, let's talk about this. Making a game. Right now, I have a lot of spare assets I can use, but that also depends what type of style of game we're making. Now, there is a mechanical thing I can ask up front, but I almost want us to come up with ideas first, or maybe I responsibly want to throw this out there. I'll throw out this concept just to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about, okay? And I'll explain some of the pros and cons to you guys in just a second. We're going to be using RPG Maker MV, version 1.6.2. The game... And yes, I know him. But this time, you guys get to see my process, and you guys can stop me. That's one of the benefits of streaming it. Because I don't normally have that. I'm normally caught in my own little head. And anyways. The game can be 2D or fake 3D. Fake 3D is the style... I guess I'll show Feast Your Eyes for a second. I can show Feast Your Eyes as a good example of this. Okay. So, give me a second to launch up RPG Maker MV. I'm going to be showing off Feast Your Eyes. I was going to turn my volume down just a little so I'm not peaking as much. Green Haze with the Green Haze 9 with the host fun. Alright, so go to my games folder, go to the beginning of Feast Your Eyes. So here's what... Let me show you two of the better examples of both styles of games, okay? So here is basically not... Keep in mind the actual sprites and stuff may not look the same, but the basic style of the game, alright? Like the art style may change, but the style of gameplay. You understand what I'm saying with that? I think it's a very easily understood point. So here is Feast Your Eyes, okay? I'm going to start a new game. I know Ryan is RPG Maker MV, what a shocker. What the fuck? Oh no. I need to fix something, and I know what I need to fix too. Fuck me. Alright, so you guys are going to see a black screen for a second, because I'm going to have to make a change. And I know what, you know what, actually. I'll do it like this. I'm going to cheat the system. So I'm not supposed to be able to do this, and hopefully this might still make the game thing. I know what the issue is. It's partially a file transfer thing. Which is also why the tile screen doesn't have any music. Okay. I now understand what the bigger issue is. Okay. Is there that little music? Okay, I definitely forgot to boot or transfer the music files over. That's going to make this fun. But guess what? It's fixable. To show something basic off. This might make the game crash in like 2 seconds. It was a file transfer issue, okay? It's not that the game's broken, I just need to replace some of the files. It was when some of the things were lost in the transfer. So tile screen, new game. Oh, I forgot to turn Marshmallow Monk to be visible. Well, that's silly. Alright, so one last change just to make this work for my little demonstration of what I mean. So here's this. So if I fake 3D, so in the editor, I'm still making a 2D game. Let me even pull this up. See, it's still 2D fun. This is what it looks like inside of the editor. So it's a fake 3D because the actual map is 2D. It's using some coding wizardry, which you can pat myself in the back. I've actually done some personal work on this as well as I'm using an advancement of something else that somebody else has worked on. But the end result is basically a fake 3D look that's something like this. Let me get up here. Right now I have the music turned off in the atmosphere because I lost all the music and sound stuff. But ignore that for the moment. All the things, they can have fun in this world. It's like a fake 3D thing. See, it's like a 3D thing. It's like a mixture. And the house, will this break my game? No, it's fine. We're not going to talk to them because we're not going to spoil Feast Your Eyes for a second, but it did break the game. But you guys get what I'm saying here? So this is the first option. We got a fake 3D thing going on. It's actually 2D. And what you're seeing on the screen is basically, well, it's coded. It's not, it's a little bit hard to explain. It's like an overlay to the actual gameplay. So you see 3D, the game's actually 2D, but there's like coding that tricks it to looking like 3D. Got it? It's like it's basically like how the original Doom did it. That'd be the easiest way to express it. The problems don't have to do with the coding. The problems have to go that I accidentally forgot to transfer the audio files of the game over, so... Alright. So, meanwhile, I'm going to show a random scene from my most recent game, My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt. Alright? So, this game is available... Did I forget? Oh, that is really stupid of me. I can literally just install it on Steam, though. So, you know, that's not a problem. Ignoring this for a second, launch up Steam. Hello, Steam. Go to... Oh, wait, is Steam downloading stuff while I'm streaming? Don't download Resident Evil 2 in the middle of me streaming. If you guys are experiencing slowdown, I apologize. I don't know how good this internet connection is yet. Alright. My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt. Now, I do need to install this one. If you haven't played My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt, it's available free on Steam. 100% free for all audiences. Anyone can play it. It costs nothing. Give it a good review so it can get more visibility. Can I tell you, please do not download the game after I say this. I'm afraid of bragging about this because I'm afraid I'm going to brag it and then people are going to, like, negative vote it so it's not that anymore and I'm going to be sad. But I'm right now really proud because this is not a joke. This is true. At this very moment, My Mouth is a Hole of Dirt is the 18th top-rated walking simulator of all time on Steam. And I'm really proud of that fact, okay? Please don't ruin it for me. Hey. Oh no! It's got the error on Windows 10 with the audio! It's just like it's like a joke! Hey, it actually saved my save file when I was messing around with it. Anyways, ignore the terrible audio. The game looks a little something like this. God, I hate this audio glitch. This is also why I'm not working on 1.0, so the game's also experiencing a little bit of slowdown. I hate this Windows 10 glitch. I know. So this is my first Windows 10 computer. I could put a NW. It's crunchy. This is not what the game is supposed to sound like. It's a Windows 10 issue for myself. This is why I'm not making games currently in version 1.5.2 of RPG Maker. Anyways, but the basic look is what's important at the moment. I'm going to skip this dialogue. The song that's really pretty is going to sound terrible here. Let's give it the dialogue, don't spoil the story. I want to show a room, which I'm trying to work towards by getting through the actual game. See what this sounds like. Well, this is an audio experience I'm having right now. Oh boy, I promise you, the music of this game is very good. It does not sound like this normally. And hopefully it doesn't run. Hopefully it's just my computer for some reason that does this. I'm not going to show the secret, I've decided. Go up here. I wanted to show this room, though. So basically, if I made a 2D game, it's not this exact art style. This is this game's art style, but it'll look something like this. So I'm not gonna make you guys pick right now. I'm not gonna make it a vote because I think people will just pick 3D because it's nice and cool and new. I will say this though. The 3D will take more time than the 2D. I'm less experienced in the 3D. It's still like a 2D thing, but it has a little bit more coding to register all the objects as like 2D objects or 3D objects. Then yeah, I'll trigger the secret and then I'm done, and then I'll move on. But you guys have seen 2 examples of 2 things. Cheating my way in here, don't mind me. Okay. I know that was my voice. I forget what I said there, and I couldn't understand it with how it was working. Well, what do you think there, Sabori? Both work well, and both can work nicely. Now, logically, the best course of action is to pick an idea and then figure out what perspective works better with the idea. But I wanted to present that both of those were options for us. Now, let me also clarify, the actual look of the game can differ. Like, I've been experimenting with a cartoony look recently. I'll try to get 2 examples of that. So I've been experimenting with this kind of cartoony aesthetic, which I like drawing. It's fun to draw for me. Hello there, Ezza. Let me get a good example. Hopefully, I need to pause this here. Sorry about that. I almost forgot about that as well. So go to the right drive. I've got a couple examples of it I can show off. So this style of game. Into the right folders. All right, yeah, it's in here. Go by name. So sprite-wise, this doesn't look as impressive, I'm going to be honest with you, but I'll show it off first. So sprite-wise, it looks a little something. Okay. We got a little bit of Shorty here. Shorty can pick stuff off. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, da-doop, da-doop, da-doop. There's that girl there as well. In a more proper drawing form, and also there's this boy, ignore him for a second, he's a little cat boy. Anyways, hello there, Fallout. We'll just go over here and instead access the stuff from this area. Yeah, okay, this is the right area. I have this piece of art which I've shown. It's just I transferred this with the other stuff so it can count. The style kind of looks like this. So keep in mind, even though my Holes in Mouth of Dirt looks like that, we can go with a different aesthetic. Definitely possible. And Grace and I would appreciate some spraying help with whatever this turns out being. It will be a community project. I will accept all the help anyone is willing to give for working for free. So I can sell it, so I can make money and you get nothing. That's basically what I'm pitching here. I was gonna say, rolling with it. You don't need to spend anything. I'm not going to force anyone to do anything that they don't want to do. But yeah. Hat. I was talking to another person. They didn't know what a Sprite was. That's all right. If you don't know game lingo, Sprite sounds like the soda. So, you know. I mean, I appreciate it. Okay. Let's talk about ideas before all this. Let me reopen up my text document. Hello, text document. Now then. All the cat art I could ever need. Alright, so pitch ideas. Now, the idea I had previously, if I wanted to work with the music I already have and already made, that's actually an original soundtrack, but was made with Silent Hill in mind, I thought, oh, what a better idea to do than some sort of sloppy doodle game. MS Paint, fun it up. But I'm not sure. I guess we should do what I did with my last stream game. But my last stream game was also 4.5 years ago, so which was again Take the Dream 9. So back here, sorry, I just hit the microphone right then. My microphone's in kind of a weird place because this is not a very good setup, but it works out. All right, so I guess the first idea before anything else is we need to pick a concept, and then I guess we vote together, and we're like, okay, that's the game idea we're going to make. Last time we did a stream development game, which was Take the Dream 9, the game idea that won was we wanted to make a shoddy RPG Maker MV game that looked like it was sloppily made and had a cliched fantasy story that devolves into a stranger, weirder, bizarre game. Yes, okay. Quiet Mountain. The famous thing. That was that long ago. I know, it doesn't feel like that long ago, but we started it in November of 2015, and it came out on April 1st of 2016 because there was some delays to it, but eventually it got done. And now we're in 2020 in June, which, yes, does mean that the stream that we started working on it was 4.5 years ago. Time really does fly. Da 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 da. Somebody that came into that stream at like right then, because that was actually slightly after the school started, would have already gotten a 4-year degree in college if they were going for a 4-year degree. That's fun to think about, right? Anyways, concepts. Pitch them to me. I'll be the... No, I'm kidding. I'll throw out some suggestions as well. So, at the moment, theoretically, we can make anything. Now, literally, we cannot make anything. There's a lot of limitations to both the engine we're using, my own ability, and etc. But right now, let's pretend there isn't. We can make anything. Except we also have to make it in 3 weeks and work with our own ability. But we're just thinking of basic, broad stuff. We also don't need to make a specific game idea. Broad pitches are actually appreciated right now because we're going to have to fill in the details later throughout this. I'm just doing game making, and I'm making a game in apps. That's why I'm watching. That's all right. Feel free to pick up whatever you will. We are working on RPG Maker MV, if curious, because it's a pretty simple to use engine. I have a lot of experience on that. Music box. Mario in the music box. Let's make Mario in the music box. I'm kidding. Meanwhile, time travel loop horror patterns. I'll take whatever. Time travel loop horror patterns. It's midnight here, so my brain cells are turned off, but depending on how serious you want it to be, what's about dating? A dating game. I mean, I am okay with any level of serious right now. Here's my thing. It doesn't... What I need to make here doesn't even specifically need to be a horror game. That being me, I probably will spice horror into it anyways, but... Everyone is dating. Everybody... Oh no, I just realized opening this up to a community vote means that finally the dating idea that everybody's wanted from me can finally become a reality. You actually do not know this. The #1 requested game of mine is not a Red Haze sequel. It's not a Close Your Eyes sequel. It's not anything that you would expect from the games I've made. Everybody, the most requested thing I've received from the most number of people is they want me to make a dating game. And I'm like, really? Is that what you guys want from me? Hey. And that sounds like a joke, but it's the truth. I've had more requests for that than anything else. Maybe I should just take it. I was brilliant out of high school when I was watching streams. Oh. And now you're 26. I'm 28, and I'm almost 29. I'll be 29 next month. Alright. What about a game like running themes of warmth, isolation, paranoia? I mean, I can take that. It's a broad idea. Warmth, isolation, paranoia. Those three can work in an interesting combination. No one exists except for the one person. That sounds like a good Ludum Dare theme. No one exists but one person. Not real. Serving real one. Investigation in a furry event? Like, you mean like furry as in the very hit animal thing that people are into? A hospital game. I mean, that is broad. Hospital game. Rock and Starry Danes and replay a Starry. Starry game. Alright. Is it live again? Is seeing, hearing. Can you guys see and hear? Can tell me when you guys can see and hear. Okay, what happened? You know when your power surges for just 1 second, everything turns off and turns back on like an instant? That's what just happened, if you're curious, where I just suddenly did vanish to. The downside of this is what I was writing down in the text document has now been lost because I didn't save it because I wasn't expecting a power surge to happen right then. So let's start from the top of suggestions. I remember dating. I remember more than that, but I actually want to keep it to this. Sorry, I probably spoke too loud. Let me turn myself down a little bit. All right. Power surge. I decided to roll something there. Webcams and stalking. Alright. Webcams and stalking. So, if you guys suggest something that you want to resuggest, please resuggest it. I do remember some things, but I'm going to keep it simple for myself. Trapped in a single room, limited tools, interact with outside world. Keep in mind that we do want to make this game in 3 weeks, so anything needs to be kind of a small concept and work with what we can. I'll make the font a little bit bigger so you guys are able to read it. Is this font readable for you guys? The Thing. Warmth. Isolation. Distrust. Body horror. Yes, 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 no. Oh. Oh yeah, music box. Time loop reality, basically PT. Okay, guys. No one exists but one person. My pet is a reincarnation. Alright. Shelter, bunker, resource management, escape room, hospital, decay, sickness, body horror, torture, investigation, fury, furry, like fury as in mad, or furry like animal thing. Starry game. All right, that's all. Further. Oh my. Notifications that tells despair reality truth. I think I get what you're getting at. 2020, but horror game. That's a lot to encompass in 3 weeks. I don't want to, like, I'll say it like this. At the moment, I'm not interested in making a game about current events, but there's a lot going on. And what my fear is through the silliness of stream stuff, it ends up being a very insensitive game, a too soon type of situation. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Serenus Fury. I see. I know, but I thought maybe it was a typo for that, because I don't understand what investigation furry, as in like the furry internet thing, makes more sense to me than investigation furry, like fury, like, oh, I'm really angry at investigating. Slice of life morphs into something else. I saw it before you deleted, Dazzy. Your idea was not bad. Have some more. Have confidence. Host brother appears. I'm not gonna probably push that one, but I'll write it down. The host doesn't have a brother, at least not yet. Am I there, Nebulous? Well, Ghastly Tale I'm already working on Close Your Eyes Anniversary remake, so you know. Taking care of a pet. Care of a pet. Babysitting. Any idea. Currently, people are just pitching ideas. Some of these are probably ideas that won't happen, but I'm just making a list, and then we're going to go down them once we do this. I'm going to turn Oh, I know what song I should play. I got the perfect music. Oh my god. I have had this stuck in my head yesterday. I didn't have it stuck in my head today, but it'll be perfect to get it stuck in my head today. This is a song for a project thing. It's not an original song, but it was stuck in my head. Now I'm gonna write your guys' ideas, so keep them coming. But I'm gonna quickly write this down. Stream game. Da 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 da. Here we go. And then this, that, polywhack, give your dog a bone. I need to move OBS off to the side as well, so let me, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll keep the corner there so you guys can see it. Okay. Here it is. I've had this song stuck in my head all day yesterday, but I'll work to it right now. That's perfect idea music if you ask me. Alright, let's see what ideas people have. Alright, Stan Danso. Oh my. No more, okay, no more light in the world. Southern Spider Game. Southern Talking Spider Game, which this is a reference, only people who played Southern games will know. Plants are not plants. Working cheap scare park for summer. Doppelganger. Yeah, that's right. Sisters who love each other grow bitter. Murderous hate. I'm eating my house. Eating your house. Machine considering humans its friends, playing with them, mauls them as can't control. Strength. Mushroom fun. I think I have too many ideas now. No, trust me, this isn't even close to as many ideas as we had when we made Take the Dream 9. Currently, we're at Spitballs time. Let's stop in 5 minutes. Until then, I'll take ideas. Then we'll sort of narrow down from there. So, alien, intelligent sharks invading Earth. Cursed, glitchy game. Metagame, metafun. Hypnotic song, actually mind control. Blind character in a disaster. We do have a couple pet ideas. Oh my god, yes we are. Ryan the game. I don't want to make a game of myself yet. Twins in some form game. Amnesiac virus separates, making people forget things. Dementia game. Children puppet shows. Said at night. Alright. Ghost submerged ship comes to haunt. Earl's adventure. I don't know who Earl is. Paranoid, anxious person thinks worst will happen. Being chased by a paper tiger. I don't have confidence in my ability to make a rhythm game at the moment, so I'm going to ignore the music game thing. Like, I think that would take me learning how to make that type of game in a span of 3 weeks. Some of these I'm a little bit doubtful we could make in 3 weeks even, but we'll get to that. Right now I'm just taking ideas, and we'll think about the ideas later. Right now I'm just taking them. Being an under... Why? Steam, stop downloading stuff. Okay. Being an undercover agent in a cult. This is live, there, Ranks. I'm just taking a lot of ideas. I'm catching up with the chat at the moment. Superhero game. Kawaii Sensei. Reality. You guys, you don't know what that means, we'll get to that. An unusual bald guy. Talking to strangers online. Slide that takes you to a weird world. I'll say weird instead of upside down to be less specific. Lunch break fun. The only problem with scary YouTubing is that then we have to make videos. That takes a little bit more time than it sounds. I'll write it down though. Scary YouTubing. Won't think about it. Slice of life after apocalypse. Sorry if there's typos here, I'm just writing them down. Guy hates eyes, likes destroying them. Pac-Man horror game. There's a few of those, but yeah, I can take my own take on it. Stalking shadows that may or may not be real. We haven't had the game in the works, so. He's now high in the oh my, they're Akira. Game dev having nightmares because of video game bugs. Actually, there's some interesting potential in that. Not exactly as written, but it's inspired an interesting idea in myself. Everything becomes eye tissue. That's a lot of eye tissue. IRS, I think, like, I'll keep the undercover agent in the cult, but I get the angle from there. Alright. I'm gonna change Red Ring of Death to Sun is Death. Net, okay. Net idol with creepy fans. Likewise, or creepy net idol. An old TV show that shouldn't exist. One of these ideas is a magical girl idea already, Colin, which is, for people don't know what Kawaii Sensei is, also I misspelled Sensei. That's great showing from me. But I'm not like looking what I'm typing, I'm gonna look in the chat. Darkness Survival is similar to an idea which we have with this world turning out. There's a famous creepypasta. Making a Harvest Moon style game exactly would take too long. But I'll make it a farm horror game, lightly based off that old kind of creepypasta. It's not really a creepypasta, but it's kind of one. Blank Slate LD. Blank Slate the sequel. Lovecraft Cthulhu game. Postal worker receiving increasingly disturbing packages. Something up at the post office. Someone who does bad things but has to cover up their crimes. Fast food restaurant mystery meat mystery. Well, that's okay. Alright, so I'm giving you guys, we're gonna stop this in 2 more minutes. Suggest your ideas now. I'm not gonna suggest anything. I'm just gonna let you guys suggest them. I'll work over it more once we decide an idea, once we eliminate and decide some, then we'll push forward and choose one. Getting a glitch email about a mystery puzzle to solve. Cryptic style. Sword that chases you when you don't listen to it. Supernatural serial. You really like this cold angle there, Snow. Serial killer. Targeting members of a cult. Esports and some of these I really doubt we're gonna be doing, but oh well, I'll write them down. Host backstory have a game that'll eventually be that, but not for now. Painting with blood. Claustrophobic game where walls grow around you like moss. It's actually a really interesting idea that inspired me, so. Owl that fucking kills you. I don't know what the hell is owl, so. Stealth ground? I'll write it down, but I don't really know what that means there, so. Game dev accidentally develops something that becomes true. Demon King game with him, with his story. That's alright to be a big fan of cults. Tribe worshipping sky finds themselves judged by the sky one day. Weird faces money. I don't know what that one means exactly either. Weird faces money. Like weird faces on money? I'm not really sure what. Oh, whatever. Discovering that all those you lack which can train your movements, being special pixel actually real, and the pixel is the Knight of Elder God. That's similar to a couple ideas in the past, so I won't write it down, but you can hold on to that if we decide to go with one of those ideas. Dog walking simulator. Trapped in a cave-in. I know why you said vampire glitch. Mars, millions of years in the future with disturbing alien relics. You lose your senses one by one with progress. Volcano of clay. Clay would be very hard to sprite a lot of, I'm gonna say right now. Game about escaping detention. Alright, the song's coming to a close. Last minute ideas, throw them now. We've got like 20 seconds. Have you heard the story about the floor faces? Alright, I'm going to pause this song to clarify that we're coming to a close, and I'm going to give last minute suggestions things. Tapers the game. Alright, Grayson. All the clocks are on, and only you know the time. Artist gets promotions. Evil stapler. Some of these are Killer otters. Play as dog, guiding person. The only problem with that is that involves you being on a leash. And there's some complications with the idea for a 3-week project, but I won't think about it right now. I'll think about it afterwards. Alright, so Spooky House. Some of these are like very basic, but that's fine at this point. My hole was made for me, object. Neglected, yeah, okay. Enigma of Amigara Fault would be a little bit hard to adapt into a horror game, only because it's kind of a narrative thing. It worked like a visual novel, I guess. There are ideas that could work. It's just a little bit. It's a concept that wouldn't work as well in a singular game thing. I'm not saying that a game could not be made out of it. It's just a very like off the top, trying to think of a game that would be built around that concept is a little bit tricky because the whole horror of that concept is something that's in a single moment, and as a game, literally the only two things that happen in the original story is the characters talk a lot and make a decision to either enter their holes or not. And once you're in the hole, they literally can't do anything. So I was gonna say. So we're gonna cut off ideas here. We have a lot of ideas. Now, some of these I think are more likely than others. So I'm gonna first do this. I'm gonna go to the top of this list, and I'm gonna go over these, and I'm gonna cut some of these just on where we're at with them. Okay. So know that there's no personal offense to whoever suggested the ideas or anything, and I'm sorry if I eliminate the idea that people want or something here, but I'm going to go do my sweep here. And if you guys have any detestments of something I delete, feel free to type so in the chat. I'm going to quickly put on some music, which I can just sort of loop for a little bit. Alright, I'm going to put... Yeah, I'm going to put in some Bossa Nova for some reason. Bossa Nova would be pretty good for this, I even think. Give me a second to put some different Bossa Nova on. Okay. Let's do this. So, a dating game idea. A dating game idea is definitely possible, and as I've said even previously, making a dating sim is like one of the most requested concepts I've received for whatever reason. I guess people really want me to make a dating game at some point. So that's an option. Webcams and stalking. I will admit, the first thing I think about with this is the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. I've never made a Five Nights at Freddy's style game. I've never even played really any of the Five Nights at Freddy's game stuff, but yeah. It might be a little bit trickier in RPG Maker, but I guess there's ways to do like Fox camera stuff. So yeah, there's possibilities there, so I'll keep both these. Trapped in a single room, limited tools to interact with outside world. That basically, this and the escape room are basically the same idea. So I'm going to change this to escape room. Alright, if we want to make an escape room game. 5 guesses. What happened? 5 whole guesses. Tell me when you guys can see and hear. Tell me when you can see and hear. I should have saved the document. I just really didn't think a second power surge was going to happen. There must be something going on with this, but yeah. Stream game June 2020. I can see in here. Okay. So, thankfully, there's a way for me to get back everything I just lost. Basically, give me a second. I'm going to have to zoom in on this. And I had the whole text document open here. Thankfully, I made it into a very big font. And I can literally just write down the things I've written down previously. Alright, so I'm going to do what I was doing previously, but like this. Alright? So, here we go. Dating game. And also I need to change the font here. Also, I now have saved this as a thing, so I can, like, in the process of this, also save it, so if it crashes again, yeah. There is a Yeah Gamers Discord server, but I can't access it right now because I can't log into Discord yet. Alright. Webcam and stalking. Escape room. Okay, so the next idea that was written down was the Thing. So, for the Thing, I guess... Do I want to make the Thing? Can I make the Thing in 3 weeks? As a game? Alright, seen here. You can send the link here. There, if anyone wants to join there. Alright, the Thane inspired game. And we'll see from there. Music box. I don't really know off the top what we would do with a music box core concept, but I kind of like the idea of something that's broad as a music box and we interpret it later. So, yeah. I also should mention one of the easiest ways to join the GameWorks Discord, and I could have written this myself actually. I think this link will work actually. It's like the easiest one to remember, and I believe that's correct. All right. So PT inspired game. I hate to say this, but a time loop reality looping thing is a PT inspired game. I know you did. I just remember that link was a little bit more convenient. Okay. Oh. So a PT inspired. I would not mind making a PT inspired game. I know everyone. I think I could make a decent one even in my own style, but different. Let's see. No one exists but one person. I think the idea could come up with something interesting. There's a couple ideas here for pet games. There's like a reincarnation one and a dog walking simulator. A horror game about your pet. And what did you link me there, Akio? Oh. Maybe. But I can see it fine here. I'm just trying out some stuff. Horror game about your pet. Walking simulator. No, that makes it sound like I'm saying make a walking simulator. A horror game about your pet is broad enough. I'm trying to make some of these a little bit broader so we can detail them later. So yeah. I guess the shelter bucker could be the problem about making a resource. The reason why survival games take forever is resource management is actually really hard to balance and do. There's basically a lot of possibility and stuff involved with them. So for a 3-week project, I'm not sure of a resource management game that's anything complex is a good one. The less complex it is, the easier it would be. But usually with resource management, people have a certain expectation for that. So yeah, we'll get to the twins idea in a second. Let's kind of go into things. Reincarnation of a loved one. Escape room. We have a hospital game. I'm not gonna write hospital as an idea here, but if we decide to have a hospital setting for a game, then we can. All right. I'll put in the investigation game with a furry. There. Do I want to make a game about Starry? No, I have other plans for Starry, so I think we'll say no to that right now. Receiving notification or receiving messages about despair of reality. Slice of life. Make Doki. Sorry, my word like this. Make my Doki Doki Literature Club. Make Yai Literature Club. Let's do it. Host brother appears. I'm not gonna. I appreciate the enthusiasm for that, but I'm gonna say Yai. Babysitting. All right, so a little bit further down the list. All right, no more light in the world. I like the idea too. No more light in the world. I'm also gonna let me put music on. I start missing music here. Oh, you did make screenshots of everything. Thank you, Akio. I am gonna quickly put. Yeah, thankfully all this saved actually. You know, you start missing music when you don't hear, especially when you're listing things, being a little bit sort of repetitive there. Baby, but yeah, I mean, we could make something like that if we wanted to. We're open game right now. No more light in the world. I think there's interesting ideas about that. Southern. I'll keep this one out of all of them. Southern talking spider game. Or you're right. Deadly sunlight. All right. I'm not sure, like, the plants are not plants thing could be interesting, and I have had, there was like some fleshy plant stuff going on in my Holes Mouth of Dirt. There's also some plant stuff going on in Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, but debating. I don't think I'm going to keep it as a, only because I'm going to be honest, spriting plants is a very mood-specific thing for me. I'm definitely going to receive some spriting help because I know a few people that are definitely willing to help. I also will be spraying things, and I'm like, I don't want to spray a lot of plants, like flesh plants. I'm not sure, which is what I am declining over, just know that. I'm going to replace the working in a cheap scare house to make a horror game set in a cheap scare house. I think there's possible potential there. Not saying it's like doppelganger. I personally actually have a fear of doppelgangers. It's a little bit hard to explain. I wasn't always afraid of them. And there's only certain types of doppelgangers that scare me. It's not like somebody else that looks like me will be like, oh, I'm so frightened. There's very specific things about certain types of doppelgangers that scare me about them. Alright. Twins. Sisters. Twins. Iwakua. In fact, I'll use it right now, even. Alright. Sisters, twins. Game and theme. Eating your house. That's just such an absurd concept that I want to consider it as a potential one. All right. I'm not sure if I have any interesting ideas for esports in Hell. We need to make a team of characters or some sort of esports management thing. Like, I'm gonna say no, only because that would probably take a lot of either character or resource management time. And I'm like, painting with blood. Also, I forgot to turn our. I keep on forgetting to pause RPG Maker, not RPG Maker. Steam's downloading stuff whenever I start up. So, painting with blood. Broad enough, I'll keep it for the moment. Cluster. You know what? I'm actually going to combine two ideas. Claustrophobic game of walls growing, eating your own house. For some reason, I see a connection between those two. Oh, I see. But I actually have an interesting idea about you eating your own house, so I'm gonna keep that my misunderstanding. Welcome back there, Rinks. We're talking about eating houses right now. Owl monster. I like owls, so we can do something with that. I don't know. What did you mean by stealth ground? I remember the avatar of who said, but I'm bad with names, so I'm like, And I see. I see the P3 one. I can probably get from this one fully. Oh, yeah, that fucking kills you. That's kind of amusing in itself, though. Alright. So, owl monster. I really don't know what health ground is really meant, but yeah. I'm gonna combine two game dev ideas. There's a really interesting idea I had from the game dev having bugs in real life thing. Game dev makes a buggy game that becomes true, brings glitches into reality. There's a weird idea I have with that, which I found very appealing. Alright. Don't make a game about Demon King right now. I'll hold off for the moment. Sorry about the references to other game stuff. Tribe worshipping Sky. You know, I like that. Tribe worshipping Sky gets pulled into judgment. Okay. Finds themselves judged by the Sky one day. I do have an Only type project there. So yeah. I still don't know what weird faces money means. I think it's supposed to be like weird faces on your money, but I'm also thinking about how, like, there's ways to make that into a game, but I'm like, I think I'm gonna go with some other ideas there. Dog walking simulator goes to the pet idea we had earlier. Trapped in a cave-in. I'm a little bit split on it. I'm trying to cut a few ideas. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut that one. And I'm sure that I can think of game ideas that can work with it, but I'm like... I do like underground horror stuff, but I'm like, yeah. Caves are generally pretty terrifying. But there's a lot of ideas here, so I'm trying to limit some things. Alien relic stuff in the future. I'll replace this with open world game finding disturbing relics. Let me also say spacious open world game, because I have a weird idea about that. Lose a sense one at a time with each step of progress. Escape detention. Have you heard the story about the floor faces? I kind of like the unknownality of that. They're just wild enough to admit you, but if they get any tire head and not be able to go backwards, the thing that freaks me out to heck out. Fun of claustrophobia. Alright. Tapers the game, which I know what this means, but yeah. The clock thing, it sounds like it could be like a Twilight Zone episode type of thing. There could be a game made out of it, but it's a little more of a high concept. It's more like a story-based thing. Artist gets promotions. Sorry, I don't know what that one means. I can see, like, I can imagine a position of an artist getting unhappy in the position there, but... Evil Stapler and Killer Otters. Killer Otters, I'd have to spread a lot of otters. Killer Stapler, I'd have to make a Killer Stapler. Dog guy in person, I feel like that'd be a little bit complex for a 3-week thing, because you'd also have to create an AI that you can reliably follow you some. And mechanics, if things touch them and if things touch you, it's just getting a little bit more complex mechanically for a 3-week thing. Okay. And then finally... Scary YouTubing, you'd have to try and make a somewhat believable YouTube thingamajigger, and that's actually more complex than it sounds. We do already have a slice of life idea, so I'm going to combine that with that one. Guy hates eyes, likes destroying them. There's a couple ideas. I'll just make in killer who likes crushing and tearing out eyes. Pac-Man horror game. There's a few ways to do that. A documented haunting revolution about around 4 faces. I see. I don't know the history of that, so I can't comment too much on that, but yeah. Stalking shadows that may or may not be real. Alright, game dev. Alright, combine that with the previous idea. Eye tissues combines with that. Son of Death, we combine another idea. Here's a good question. Which one do you guys think is creepier idea for a game? Because these two, I have my own opinion, but I'm going to ask you guys about this. Do you think it's creepier or more interesting to be a net idol who has a creepy fans and stalker, or do you think it's creepier to have a game about a creepy online net idol? Like, are you the net idol with the creepy fans, or are you a person witnessing a creepy net idol? Does that make sense? Which one would you guys prefer out of those two options? Both makes it a little bit too complex. We're making a game in 3 weeks. We're not trying to make a double perception thing of, oh, who's the real creep. But yeah. Both could be good. That's the problem. That's why I'm asking for a choice, because both have potential. Both could turn out good. I'm just asking which one for preference. Alright. Creepy net idol. When I think about the fans being creepy, have you ever seen the movie Perfect Blue? It's a really, really good movie. It's the first thing that pops in my head with that concept. Yeah. Net idol fun. It is actually true that out of all the horror games I've played, I haven't actually seen a horror game that's about net idol fun stuff, which is weird because there's a lot of potential there and it's a very real thing. And yes, Perfect Blue is a very good movie. I don't mind making a Perfect Blue inspired game. It was the first thing that popped in my head when we're talking about the idea about an idol being harassed by creepy fans. That's Perfect Blue. And Perfect Blue is a very good movie. It's an anime movie if you're curious, but a very good movie. If you're the creepy fan harassing the idol, oh no. Actually, I like that idea, so I'm gonna write it down. You're a creepy fan harassing an idol. That's a fucked up idea, even. But hey. Infiltration. No, we're actually, I think we're getting to it pretty shortly. Alright. Horror game. Horror game set on a farm based off old hiding a murder creepypasta thingy. It's not really a creepypasta, but it is. Game about an old TV show that shouldn't exist. Somebody else also had a set idea. Old set at night. I'll throw that out there. I have an idea for a remake of Blank Slate that's still in the rafters for me, so I'm not sure if I want to make a sequel before I get done with that. Do I want to make a Cthulhu game right now? One day I'd love to make a Lovecraftian game. Do I want to do it as a 3-week project thing? I'm gonna say no for the one. I want to spend a little more time with it than that. Postal worker receiving increasingly disturbing packages. Something wrong at the post office. I actually like this idea. I remember that Colin suggested it, so. I actually think that the creepy stalker idea is a better take, for me personally at least, on the someone who does bad things that tries to cover up their crimes idea, so I'm going to start combining those two. Fast food, mystery, meat, deep dive. I call it that at the moment. Getting a glitch email with a cryptic puzzle to solve. Alright, Theorem. I hope you get some good sleep, Theorem. I hope you have a wonderful night. Talk to you tomorrow, and yeah. Fast food restaurant, gain the glitch email. Sword that chases you. Supernatural serial killer targeting members of a cult. Am I there, Grayson? There's a lot of potential things. There's actually some good ideas here, like interesting ideas, I should say it there. Let me see what I missed here. Yeah, there was a few things missed here, so let's see. Machine considering humans its friends, playing with them, mauls them as can't control. There's potential there. But I also feel like it's a little bit high concept. I feel like that would take a little more time to develop. I'm gonna pass on that for them. I'm trying to eliminate some things. Alien intelligent sharks invading Earth. I'm gonna try and I think a shark alien game could be fun, but I'm gonna try and stick to some broader concepts at the moment. I think until we start like narrowing it down a little bit, so it allows some more openness here. I think the cursed, glitchy game metaflying can be attached to another project. Hypnotic Song, that's actually mind control. There is potential there, but I think I'm going to skip over now because then we'd have to make a song that like fits that perfectly. And that's harder than it sounds to make a song that works, like, has to stand out and be notable in some way. Blind character means no sprite work. One day maybe, but at the moment I'm not really interested in making a game that's like a little bit hard. You have twins already. Amnesiac virus. The problem is, from a player perspective, it makes more sense to start off with the amnesia, because the player starts off knowing nothing. So there's some dissonance between the player and the character position there, unless you could like think of something clever to get around that. The puppets and the TV studio thing would be one the same. I like boats, but making water stuff is a little bit hard in RPG Maker. It's definitely possible, it's just a little bit tricky. Mystery beats. Oh my, the mystery meat comments. Alright. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Paranoid anxious person thinks the worst will happen. I think it'll be combined with some other things. Being chased by a paper tiger is very specific, but again, I'm trying to keep the broader ideas right now. Being an undercover agent in a cult. Alright. I'm gonna write Kawaii Sensei, and I'll show you guys what I mean by that when we get back to it. Neighbors with an unusually tall and odd bald guy. I don't know why I'm keeping that one. Strangers online can be good with the notifications thing. Slide takes to real world. YouTubing. Okay, we already got this. It's from a little bit earlier. Sorry game, no rely on the world. I think that was all of them. It's starting to get a little bit late. I'm actually getting a little bit tired myself. We'll probably mainly come up with the idea tomorrow. Are you okay? The computer might die momentarily. My monitor just had a power surge moment, and sometimes that means that my computer's about to die. So if the stream cuts out, know that. At the moment, it's fine. I'll make sure to save the text document so I don't have to redo this process there. But just know if I like suddenly stop in just a moment, it's because my computer did the power thing. I think there's something going on here tonight because it's acting up weirdly. Alright, so I'm going to pause the music. I'm going to open up this. I think this is enough ideas to work with from here. How many ideas do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. We have exactly 40 ideas. So I've already saved the document, don't worry. Because I've actually made it have a name now, I can just press Control S and save it any time. How you can tell, like, if you can see this, when I type something new, there's like a little mark at the very top left of the name. And when I press Control S, the mark disappears. When I make changes, it appears again. And then when I save, it doesn't. That's basically how you know if I've saved or not. So, I remember what we did with Take the Dream 9. Are you guys ready for the torture? Because I remember we did this. So, what we did last time is we had too many ideas now. In fact, I think we had more ideas than we have now. I think we had like 48, 50 something. We have 40 right now. Something I can do is go by pure chance, raffle cane half of the ideas. So then after eliminating and choosing some by hand, we now go through the process of pure randomization before we start voting and talking deeper. Alright? Do you guys want to like split half of these to narrow us down to 20 by pure luck and chance? Are you guys okay with that? Gambling half of these away by pure randomized internet goodness. I want to make sure people are okay with this before I go on. We have to eliminate... Obviously, we can't work with 40 ideas exactly. So, yeah. All the Raffle King, yep. We're basically Thanos saying this list, but Raffle King, because Raffle King was the true Thanos all along. Alright, Raffle King. Raffle King still exists in some way. Please tell me it still exists. I remember that I lost it a long time ago. Was Raffle King a Flash thing? Can't download it. I wish that Raffle King itself is just still around. Raffle King was an old site that looked just like this. That's the Raffle King I know. It's not an APK download, but I don't want to use an APK. I want to use Raffle King on the internet. Please give me a Raffle King. This is probably an old list from like 2015. That now the site's gonna be dead. Why did it take me to Twitch? What is this link? Why is what? There's a Pinwheel one? Alright. What's it called? Is it called Pinwheel Raffle? Randomizer. Pinwheel Randomizer. Wheel of Names. Random Name Picker. Okay. Yeah, I know how this works. It has the same charisma. So I'm going to attach a number to each of these. 01... 02, you get the idea, but I'm just gonna, this is gonna take longer than I was hoping it would because I should have ran the numbers ahead of time. It's easier when you write them ahead of time, but yeah. Yep, it'll work. Nah, it really doesn't work. It's like, well, that's what we want. We want to select one at a time, just for the dramatic effect. And the ones that select, in fact, that's exactly what we want. I see what you're saying, because that takes a while, but guess what? That adds to the drama, and the drama is really what we're after. As people see their hopes and dreams of something that we can make wash away. No, because then that unfortunately adds the thing of the list order. We're going with pure randomness. We're eliminating half of these. We're more like we're going to select half and the other half is going to disappear. Alright? We're going to go, there's 40 of these, so we're going for 20. I have now attached numbers to almost all of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the numbers to associate them, and from there I'm going to raffle out the numbers. The ones that we raffle out are the survivors. The ones that do not get raffled out are going to be the ones that die. Alright? Someone Steam messaged me something. Alright. It has returned. Alright, so basically Hunger Games listing. That's not a bad comparison at all to what we're doing. We ready for this? We've got 40 numbers. So 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. We now have 40 ideas ready to go. We ready for this? 20 of these will survive. 20 will die. We also have to use this chart to see what dies and lives. So let's see. Click to spin. The first idea that lives is idea 34. Alright. Idea 34. This is the first idea that lives. Let's see what it is. It's a game about an old TV show that shouldn't exist. Old set at night sort of thing. I'm not gonna, I'm too tired right now to voice host this. My throat's like, I'm like, eh. So that's the first survivor. What we got next going for us? Yes, this takes a little bit more time, but it's a little bit more fun. So we'll roll with it. Looks like it's gonna be 19. Yep, 19's the next idea. Right, they have an option to remove it right there. So 19 gets to go away. Idea 19 was painting with blood. Alright. Also, I guess I'll put these in numerical order so that doesn't really make much sense. Half of these, again, will be eliminated. We got 18 more survivors to come out of this. 29. Alright. And then I guess I just click the remove option and it takes it off. Yeah, okay, so that just eliminates it. So now it's not there. So idea number 29 is a Pac-Man horror game. Alright. Again, working through with what we got. Next up, 17 more survivors to go. Next up, we got 5. Remove 5 from the list, and let's see what we got with 5. We got the music box. That's a very broad one, but definitely potential with it. Also comes first in terms of chronological order, so I should put that here. Alright. Pure luck for this part of this. 38 looks like it's going to be the next one. Remove from the list. 38. Being undercover agent in a cult. Alrighty. That's put in. We currently have 5. We've got 15 more to roll. Next up, we got 11. Alright, so 11 is making my own version of Doki Doki Literature Club. I mean, if Daneson doesn't work, that kind of works. Alright, let's roll out the next one. We got 22. Again, I don't know what these are until I look. Let's see what 22 is. Tribe worshipping sky finds themselves judged by the sky one day. Alright. That goes into 22. We currently have 7 ideas down here. We got 13 more to go. Next up, we got 8. Barely edges over to it. Alright, 8 is a horror game about your pet. Alright, there. Indeed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got 12 more to roll out. Yep, these are the survivors. These are the ones that get to stay. The ones that do not get rolled out are the ones that are going to die. So basically everyone that we roll is a survivor. 36. Okay, so 36, fast food mystery meat deep dive. We can roll with that. Make a horror game about that mystery meat. Roll it out. Next up, we got 33, it looks like it's going to be. Oh, wait, no. 35. 35. Postal worker receiving increasingly disturbing packages. Something goes wrong. Something going wrong or something going on in the post office. I see all these 30s right here. I know it's by luck. I actually know these things are pretty random, but yeah. Still got, I think, was it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, we got 10 more to roll out, but then this is going to be 9 more after this one. And 10 actually won right at the 10th spot. That's kind of funny. Receiving messages about despair of reality. Alright. We're currently at 1. I'll spin this as I count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, 9 more to go. 26. 8 more to go. And 26 is... Have you heard about the story about the 4 faces? Alright. Cole, and your luck, a lot of your ideas are surviving. We got 8 more to go? Yeah, 8 more to go. 7 more after this roll. 15? Yeah, 15 just barely. 15 horror game set in a cheap scare house. Alrighty, put that there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, so 6 more after this roll. 18 looks like it's gonna be. Claustrophobic game of walls eating your house. Eating, claustrophobia, and wall fun. Alright, what do we got next? My. Looks like 27. Or I say 27 because you said 27 there, guys. So it was on my head. 12. 12 is babysitting. Alright, and I keep on for some reason. It's probably because I'm getting sleepy, but that's okay. I want to push through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 more to go. So 5 more to come out of this. Next up, we got 2, 3. An escape room type game. Can do, can do. Alright. Also, I should have removed that myself, but there we go. Alright, roll it out. We got 4 more to go. 23. 23. Spacious open world game with disturbing relics. Alright, put that there. We got like 3 left, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yep, 3 left. Let's do this. Oh! Oh. 2, webcam and stalking. We got 2 more to go now. I could make it 21. I'm gonna make it 21 just to keep more people in it. So now, yeah, let's make it so we have 3 more, even though it's technically, like there's 2 more left there. Da, 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 da. 7. No one exists but one person. I know that someone really wanted this one, so you got it. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Technically one more, but I've decided I'm going to make it 21. It's actually a nice number. So we're going to roll out 2 more times. We'll eliminate 19 out of them by pure randomness. Now I know there's some that few people are really pushing for, but it looks like we're not going to be able to get both of them. So yeah, that was right on the edge. So that was a 14. Southern Talking Spider game, what everybody wants, really. It's deep down in their hearts. Alright, so we're going to go with one more, and then the rest of these are going to get pushed aside. We ready for this? Last roll. Let's do this. Just for Grayson, apparently. 27 gets to be rolled out. Rolls there, so as we will. Oh, that's our list. So everybody say bye-bye to the dating game, though we do have a Doki Doki potential thing there. The Thane-inspired game, PT-inspired game, investigation game with Fury, No More Light in the Day, or Deadly Sidlight, Doppelganger, Sister Twins game theme, Owl theme, game that makes buggy game that comes true and brings out glitches. Loses a sense one time, a Star of Progress, Escape Detention, Kill Your Legs Crushing and Tearing Out Eyes, Stalking Shadows that may or may not be real, Creepy Net Idol, you're a creepy fan harassing an idol, Horror game style on the farm based off the old cryptic mystery thing, Getting a glitchy email with cryptic game puzzle to solve, Kawaii Sensei and neighbors with an unusually tall and odd bald guy. Some of these ideas could have made good games, but guess what? Their time is not now. The time is for one of these 21 ideas in front of us. I'm going to renumber all these here. Now, want me to do something a little bit more cruel? Probably the most cruel thing I'm going to do here tonight. Also, I'm numbering this weirdly because I forgot that these all don't start with 0. Okay, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Alright, ready for a crueler reality? I'm going to keep it a little bit more up to randomness. You know, on the why? I still think 21 is a little bit much. So even if something survived, we're going to narrow it down a little bit more. I'm not going to spin this as many times. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to limit this down to 16. So the next 5 that get rolled out will be eliminated. Alright? Does that seem fair to everybody? To dash hopes and dreams here. Oh no, Ryan. Ready? 5 are going to be eliminated. I'm a cruel mistress, I know. Well, we're not halving it. We're like getting rid of a 4th, basically. The first one that got eliminated is 17. No, 17. 17 was a Pac-Man horror game. Alright. The next one that got eliminated is 15. 15 was Have You Heard a Story About Floor Faces? Alright, 3 more to eliminate. Sorry, Colin. It's the name of the game. Wow, these are all coming really close to each other. 19. 19 was postal worker receiving increasingly disturbing packages. That one was a good idea. So, you know, I have my condolences for that one. Alright. I like that one, I will be honest. That was one of the ones I was big on. So there's 2 more to eliminate. These are all really good. You know what? What was 18? Game on an old TV show that shouldn't exist. These are all coming really close to each other. So I know it's luck. Like, I actually trust the website that's random. It's just that they're all ending up really close to each other. So I'm like, yeah. Alright. So we're at, currently, I believe we're at 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. One more to eliminate. If it comes really close to the other ones, I'm going to be really suspicious, though. It's a little bit more different. Painting with blood. Alright, these are our 16 survivors. Raffle Kane, I just haven't been able to find there, Steven. But this was a decent enough replacement. So we're left with these 16. A lot of them are pretty close to each other, I'm not going to lie. But hey, it is what it is. We are here with these 16. Alright, now from these 16 we can do some actual voting. But, being me, people who know me making lists in the past know I like working in very odd, mysterious ways. Not really mysterious, I'm just really kind of sadistic. Alright, so working with this, we're going to ask, I'm going to ask you guys to take these. Like, you guys could read this. Let me make sure. Before I continue, you guys can read these 16 ideas. Reading what's on the screen is not hard, right? Oh no, my monitor turned off again. Again, my computer's fine, but maybe my monitor's just acting up. But if my computer, like if this stream turns off, I already saved the text document, don't worry. But if it turns off suddenly, just know I'll be back in like a minute. Just know that. But anyways. If you guys can read the 16 things on the screen, type the 3 numbers that you want to eliminate. Pick 3 that Cut kicking back in now. Oh yeah, cancel that there, OBS. Alright. Can you guys see and hear and all that fun stuff? Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I saved the document and all that, so we're fine. Let me change the font here to 16. There we go. So, let me say this. You guys have to vote for 3. I only accept if you vote for 3 different entities. I am a sadistic mistress. So, say the 3 that you want to get rid of. And if you already wrote them down, please rewrite, because I haven't seen them. Because my computer died. Alright. 3, 5, 12. Remember, vote for the one that you want to get rid of. The 3 you want to get rid of. Doing elimination first before I start doing voting for what people want. 7, 10. Another vote for 12. Give me a second to tally these in kind of a weird way. Keeping tabs on who votes for what. 8, 12, 15. Steinblood wants to be chaotic and do 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, and then 15. So I'll make sure you guys can see these. I'm sorry for scrolling for a second. There's all 15. If you were like Ryan, show them all to me. 4, 6, and 8. Alright, 6, 7, and 15. The fun of how these things go. 8, 13, 14. Thirteen, 14. Three, 10, 13. 3, 10, 13. 8, 15, and 14. 8, 15, and 14. Real answer is 15, 5, and 4. 15, 5, and 4. All right. This is for elimination, correct. Vote for what you do not want to win. Vote for what you want to get rid of. If anyone voted for what they wanted to win, please tell me and correct yourself now. Otherwise, if you're trying to write in your vote, submit it now. I'm about to announce the quote-unquote winners there, so. No one literally voted for 9, so. No, everyone wants to send a Tokyo Spider game. In fact, I'm not even kidding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Literally only 9, 11, and 16 was not voted by anyone. You really want that Southern Talking Spider game. Alright. Alright, no, it's not tiebreaker. We're eliminating a few of these. So, firstly, the ones that have the one that has the absolute most down votes, basically, is 15, which is a fast food mystery meat deep dive. Shame, because I actually could take some interesting ideas for that, but the people have spoken. Alright. Basically, then the next one that's down is 12 and 8. Both of them have 4 votes. 12 was try worshipping something in the sky. That one shall go. Then we have 8, which is babysitting. We're currently at 13. I'll guess down to, like let's see. Unfortunately, from here, guess what? We have a 3-way tie. Let's see what the 3-way tie is between. 3, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Which is Music Box, Horror Game About Your Pet, Receiving Their Messages from a Despair of Reality, Making My Doki Doki Literature Club, and horror games set in a cheap scare house. Now, I'm going to add in my own vote. I could raffle it out, but I want to add in a vote here just to make us go down to 12 as opposed to like raffling out a loser or more winners here. So, between Music Box, a horror game about your pet, Receiving Messages about a Despair of Reality, 7, Making My Doki Doki Literature Club, and 10, a horror game set in a cheap scare house. Now, all those I could see potential for. Let's see. I'm sorry to end about this. I'm going to get rid of Music Box because it's a little bit... The reason why is because I can think of a horror game about Music Box, but out of all the ideas currently there, it's like the most broad. I'm eliminating it because it's the, like... Does that make sense? It's like a game idea that's a little bit hard to work out. I'm actually using surprise. I'm not just doing it to torture people. I'm actually thinking logically about it. Alright, so all these ideas can definitely be, you know, put down or, you know, like summarized up a little bit better than they currently are. And we have a lot more details to figure out. But let's go down. 0, 8, 0, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've narrowed down our original 40 options to 12 options. Now I'm going to ask you guys to do something a little bit ridiculous, so stick with me for a second. This is going to be an absurd number, and I apologize ahead of time because you guys are going to have to really think about this. Out of these 12, please vote for 6. Yes, 6. And I will only accept ones that literally vote for 6. Vote for 6 of these ideas, and I'll tally it up from there. I'll even tally it up a little bit ahead of time, just so I'm a little bit ready, a little bit more prepared than I was previously for it. They have to be 6 different answers also. 6 to keep. I'm voting for you guys to keep them. Is this... Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have clarified because you know. This is to keep 6 ideas you want. That we like. That you want to vote to give your support and love for. That like, yes, I would like this. I'm making it such a big number because I'm sure people have specifics, but we're gonna narrow it down through broadness at the moment. I know this one's a hard question, so I'll give it a little bit of time. Oh, Phoenix already in with this. 9. Oh, well, you guys are faster at this than I thought I was expecting. 9, 10, 11, 5, 3, 2. Alright. Give me a second to like actually counter all these. There's a few. By making it 12, I have to put a little bit more work on myself because I have to like write down everything individually for like 6 entries per person. But this will be worthwhile in the long run. 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 12. Alright. Thank you all for taking the time to vote and like indulge me in these silly little game stuff. It's fun, honestly. 2, 3, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. 9, 7, 6, 3, 1, 11. Then 11, 8, 12, 9. So I'm going a little bit slow with this. I have to look back and forth. 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. You deleted it right before I got to your vote, Aqua. You don't like vote twice on it. I'm guessing you had a different answer to give. 6, 7, 9. You guys are voting like there's a lot of people here to vote, which actually makes this have pretty fair results. And 8. I was listening in the back, but it's okay. Yeah, you're free to join there, Cyber. 2, 3, 5, 8, 10, 12. Alright, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 12. Fun. 1, 3, 6. 1, 3, 6. 7, 9, 11. 1, 2, 4, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, it did change numbers. That's okay. Aqua, what's it? Aqua, repost your response because you deleted your original one. Oh my. As that sounds pretty great in my opinion. Alright. 7. Alright. 12. 3. 8, 9, 1. Sleepo Aqua. I'm going to give Aqua this. I know Aqua wrote an answer, But I know Akira really wants this one. I'm gonna let Akira cheat just because I know that Akira wrote a legitimate answer and I didn't get to it in time, and yeah. Alright, everyone have their answers in? Anyone else? Alright, I'm going to assume we have all the answers in. Alright, so... Alright, let's go into this. For starters, the obvious loser of this is 10. It has the least amount of votes. Sorry, spacious open world game. I'll find disturbing relics. I can think of an interesting game with you, but yeah. Next up is 4 and 5. A horror game about your pet. And receiving messages about despair reality. That actually ties, I think, with 11. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt because I know a lot of people probably don't know what Tapers is, and I'm going to give it to 2 because I know Grayson would be heartbroken. So for the tie, because I was trying to eliminate 3 here, I'm going to cut that 1 out between the 2. I'm giving some kindness. I'll explain what Tapers is because I realized that if you're like, I don't know what the fuck Tapers is. So for those who don't know what Tapers is, Tapers was a novel written by the creator of Petscop, like years before Petscop came out. It was an earlier version of the Petscop story involving Care and Marvin, which were later revisioned for Petscop. And rolling and talking a little bit about it, it's a story basically about a man who's obsessed with tape recorders, who's recording what used to be his house, but currently his ex-wife and or possible daughter lives there, and the girl gets abducted into a school basement. Petscop is a creepy lost PS1 game internet web series. It's not an actual game. It's a web series. It's a pretty good one. In fact, it's one of my favorites. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt because I realized that a lot of people probably had no idea what Tapers was on this list. They're like, I don't know what that is. I read half of the novelization at one point, but that's okay. Worms and Shell Tunnels. I mean, there is an underground school in it. Alright, so if we're going to be talking about winners, the clear winner here was 9, which had 1 more vote. But given it wasn't like the top voted, so the results may very well change once I narrow this down. So the numbers are going to change again. I'm going to give you guys that warning ahead of time. Positions and stuff will change. Now we're going to have a few more votes to do. Couple more, really. Not a few more. It's not that much. In fact, I'm going to guess to the second to last step. Now, similar question, except I'm going to change the numbers here again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've now narrowed down to 9. And let me make the change here. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Did I already make the change? No, I didn't eliminate the options. You know what? I forgot to... I'm silly. I'm very silly. Thankfully, I remember which ones were eliminated. But yeah. We got rid of messages about despair of reality. I did eliminate 10, weirdly enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The last time that we ordered was the horror game about your pet. I remember that now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... with a 0, 0 here. So now I've renumbered them, so I'm not going to count them. Please vote out of these 9, the 3 that you want to win. And this will lead to the final vote in a second, but vote for 3, please. This is the second to last vote that we're going to be doing, then we're going to be kind of finished. It'd be something inspired by it. Trust me, there's a very easy way to loosely adapt the concept of Tapers. The reason I'm not going more into details is that Tapers is kind of a long work, but yeah. Well, it's not super long. Alright. 5. Now you only have to write half of these. 5, 7, 8. 7, 8, 3. I was muted. Sorry, I was so focused on trying to organize this. Okay. I was very, very, very focused on trying to get this finished and caught up. So, I did get back to where we were. The votes weren't saved. Everything's fine here. So, what I was going to say, please repost your votes because I can't see the stream. Actually, no, I think I can. Whatever. Just please, you can copy and paste it from above. Just copy and paste your vote stuff and I'll tally them here again. If you want to like revote, you can change them. But otherwise, just feel free to copy and paste all the same numbers, so. 5, 7, 8. I got really focused for a second there trying to catch everything up, so I apologize for my silence there for a second. And Azzy wants 4. Okay, so Azzy's not here, but if I see Azzy vote, know that. Okay. Azzy wanted 4, 6, 9. You want 1, 4, 8. Three, 7, 8. Two, 6, 9. 4, 5, 7. This will be the second to last vote there, and I'm also gonna save as I do these. 1, 3, 4. 1, 3, 7. 6, 7, 8. 5, 1, 7. 5, 3, 7 to keep. Yep, to keep. Voting for what you want to win. 1, 6, 9. 5, 8, 4. This is a little bit more closer to tied than I was expecting, if I'm gonna be honest. 2, 6, 8. Alright. Does anyone have any votes still? Or is this what we got? I guess I can throw out my own vote. No, actually, I'll leave it to you guys. I'm not going to throw out my own vote until it's necessary. Alright. Oh wait, Steven has a vote to come in last second for 9, 2, and 1 to make the split even harder to vote for. But yeah. I appreciate it. This was a joke. Alright, and then we got Halo for 169. This is a lot closer to tied than I was expecting, I'm gonna be honest with you. But sure, we'll roll with it. There are still a few clear winners. 2 is unfortunately the clear loser. Sorry, fans of the escape room. But last second, fucking Dekurma comes in here and saves it. So, I spoke too soon. That's all the votes, right? We got all the ones that people wanted to vote for. This is for Pro 4. This is very nearly close to tie. I'm sure you guys can see it before you. This is, like, there's a couple which are clearly winners, but the rest of this is nearly a tie. Which is interesting. So there's 2 which are not tied, which is 7 and 1. These 2... 7 and 1. They get to live. More than anything. Now... From here, it gets a little bit trickier. Think about how to handle this, because even the ones that are like, they're only 1 vote behind, which honestly is not very much. I could just eliminate 2, 5, and 9. That would be the most, okay, yeah. Sorry, the 1 vote's behind. But then they're kind of, the thing about me, I don't like that because they're like too close. Does that make sense? If there was even like a 2 vote difference, I could consciously do it, but, or if there was like more that were lower and then there's only 1, but this is like a 1 vote difference between these things. Here's how I'm gonna do this in the weirdest way possible because I'm fucking me. So I'm gonna move these numbers over here. The ones that are 1 vote behind get 1 entry in the wheel. The ones that have 1 vote ahead get 2 entries in the wheel. And I'm gonna roll out, let's see, we've got 2 winners here. We're eliminating from 9. I'm gonna go for 5. 5 is fair. We're eliminating 4. So 02, 03, 03, 04, 04, 05, 06, 06, 08, 0, excuse me, I miscounted somewhere. 02, 03, 03, 04, 04, 05, 06, 06, 08, 08, 09. The ones that had 1 vote behind only get 1 entry in this wheel. The ones that had 1 vote ahead get 2 entries. Does that seem fair to everybody? And I'm going to roll out 3 of these, and if one of them gets voted, I'll eliminate the other ones that are associated with it. And the 3 that get rolled out win. Does this make sense? Everyone understand what I'm doing here? Alrighty. Let's roll with it. Let's see what 3 we get. The winners live. Yes. Starting with 4. 4 was Make Doki Doki Literature Club. That gets to live. Remove, oh, they even have a, wow, this website's neat. They have a remove all instances option. This is going to my favorites. It's my first favorite on this computer. They even realized I had more than 1 there. That's actually pretty neat of it. Next winner Oh, 2 gets to scrape by with the escape room. Alright. Which means only one more winner. Are you ready to see which one it is? It gets to be no one exists but one person. We gotta say goodbye to the Southern Talking Spire game, the horror game center, the cheap scare house, Tapers, the game, and being an undercover agent in the cult. Sorry to people that are gonna miss them. I'm sorry to the sad peoples. Spoiler and Tapers, and some others as well were in that one. So we are left with these last 5. Now, the last vote I'm going to ask you guys to do, and then I'm going to do the last step on my side. Vote for the 2 out of the remaining 5 that you want to vote for. I thought about making it 1, but 5 is still a pretty even number, so we're going to make it 2. Oh, okay. There you go. Typos all the way through. Well, not typos, just a capitalization error, but yeah. You should bold it. I get it. It's actually pretty funny. Grayson. Pat. I'm happy to cure OCD. Two and 4. 1 and 4. 1 and 5. Vote, yeah, vote to live. Vote for 2 to live. This is living. I'm not asking. I'm not like seriously like I'm gonna make you kill the ones you love. I'm becoming a supervillain little bit by bit. One and 4 was the one I was at. I'm gonna recount because I lost my position for a second. Sorry about that. It just makes more sense when if I lost my position. It's not like it takes very much to catch up. 2, 4, 1, 4, 1, 5, 5, 3, 1, 4, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1 and 2, 3 and 5, 2 and 3. I wish I could cure OCD, you're right. Sten, change your vote to 2, or else I'm gonna just count 3 and 4. One, 2. Grayson, please vote for 1 more. Not the one that's not Tapers. I'm sorry, the Tapers died. 2, 5, 1, 2, 1 and 3. There's still a lot to be changed for any of these. 4 and 5. 2 and 5. I ended up skipping you Nebulous. Alright, 3 and 4. Grayson, vote for 1 more, please. Name counting. Alright, seems good to me at the moment. Elio Papatu. Okay. 1 and 3. Da, da, da. Now, I'm also going to do something with this particular round, despite the results here, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Alright, so. Yeah, it's a suitcase. Or a staircase. I almost said suitcase. I must be tired. Alright. All of these have some form of potential, which is why I'm going to be a little bit like, oh, fun here. Now, you guys are going to hate me for what I'm about to do. But especially with these results. Get ready. So, similar to what we just did. 4 and 5 get 1 entry on this wheel. 3 gets 2 entries. 2 gets 3 entries. And 1 gets 4 entries, because they're all literally 1 apart. Alright? So, 4 entries, 3 entries, I guess I'll do it like this. 4 entries, 3 entries, 2 entries, 1 entry. Making sense? I think I'm making sense. There might be one more vote after this. Now, let's roll. I'm going to change up the song one more time. Unsurprisingly, with all this, that's one gets to live. I mean, it's not really surprising. That one literally had like half the board to itself. So webcam and stalking gets to stay. Oh yeah, sorry, there's 2 3s, you're right. Whatever. One, it still landed square in the middle of the ones. It would have been 1 anyways. Unsurprisingly, the 2 with the most votes have been the winners so far. Escape room. We're gonna go and roll 1 more. Alright? And then there's gonna be 3 left, and I'm gonna do something with this. So get ready! How will this scale? Our answer... Unsurprisingly, the one with half the board. It is as it should be. It actually is exactly how it was voted. No one exists but one person. We are left with these 3. So eliminate this. It's the 3 that got the most votes, which was likely because they had more spots on the board, so... In the end, it's ultimately what was voted as. Ironically, even in the order it was voted as, but then again, each one did have a certain percentage scale. They were more likely to win there. Alright, so we got webcam and stalking, escape room, no one exists but one person. That leaves 3 still pretty interesting options. How to choose the last one? It can't be. Obviously, it can't be as straightforward as pick. You know what? Actually, let's make it as straightforward as it sounds. Pick the 1 out of the 3 that you want. This one's the easiest of these steps. Out of what's left, pick the 1 that you feel the most fond of. And only 1. Only 1. They could all be made into something. I agree with you. And we might do that. But we'll talk about this. These ideas are actually compatible. I might do something with that. But first I want to see who actually wins if I just ask about it. 2, 1. Webcam, which is 1. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Sorry, the thing's got a little bit... Thankfully, I kind of know how this works. I was looking at the chats. This one had 2 3s. I'm just gonna recount. They got mixed up somewhere when I was typing things. I thought I could just tally easily by looking at it without even looking at this, but then of course they got mixed up. 2, 1. Good night. Let's see, webcam. is a 1, 2, 2, and then a 1, 2. Escape room is pretty broad. 3, 2, 2, 3, 1. Just 1. Crimson. So that was your vote. 1, 1. You can combine a few of these. You could literally combine all 3 into one idea, which ironically might happen because I just realized we're at a tie. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting at the start of this we were gonna end up with a Five Nights at Freddy's escape room type of thing, but here we are in RPG Maker. This will be interesting. But hey, it's part of the fun of signing up for a group project. We end up making something. Now, some of you guys who have been with me in the past will probably guess the next thing that's coming. I'm gonna pause the music. Actually, now I'll keep the music playing for a second. There's a TV now running in the background, which is expected, but yeah, it's not a big problem. It's not a big deal. Yeah, we put them into an arena, make them fight for real. The last one standing is the winner. Oh yes, it's already it should still be uploaded. I think it should be public. I'll look at it afterwards once all this is dealt with, but yeah. So for those who know me, now if there wasn't a tie here, this would have been a little bit different. But since there's a tie, the people that know how I work will already guess this. I'm going to put 3 of the ideas that were a little bit cut short, which in this case would be the Southern Talk inspired Tapers and Doki Doki idea. Alright? I don't remember their numbers. Those are the ones that I saw the most vocal support for. I like making things interesting. Doki Doki and Tapers. Now this one's going to be really simple. I'm going to spin one of these 3, and whatever of the 3 that gets spun will be added back to the wheel. Then we're on the last 3 and we're going to do something. Okay? Does anyone disagree that these 3 had more vocal support in the chat than anything else? Then were eliminated for one reason or another through sort of elimination practices. I'm sorry I'm making this. It's because I know we're not going to start development really tonight. And I'm also having fun with this, so. Anyone disagree with my assessment? Because I could be, I might be missing information. If anyone disagrees with my assessment, these 3 had more vocal support than the others, then yeah. I was gonna stop how Steam because I realized it was downloading stuff, so that's fun. You object, Steven, or are you just objecting to object because you think it's funny? Enough vocal support to make me have a realization. We're gonna spin these 3. I would personally like to make a Doki Doki type game. Not like exactly like Doki Doki. It's just the easy way to express to other people, I guess. Let's see what we get. Whoever one wins gets back onto the board. It's Doki Doki. Alright. I'm gonna make it a more general thing here. Dating sim Doki. Escape room, webcam, and stalking. We got these 3. Now, this is pretty similar to what we just did, because there was 3 and I asked you guys to pick one. Well, actually, yeah. With this change, please vote. Vote for whatever. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to add a number to each of these in just a second. I'm just preparing something. It's 1, 2, 3 if you're curious. So, these last three, please, this will be the last vote, I promise, also. At least the last vote in, like, the game thing. There's other aspects of the game that we'll talk about, because tonight we're doing conceptualization and some basic stuff, it seems. Alright. Vote for what you want, I will also clarify. Vote for the one the love is for. Because this will actually, yeah, it is changing the fun stuff. Eventually, Grayson, eventually. I thought bringing one back might change the results, because some of them were eliminated for one reason or another for other purposes. It's also usually why I bring one back at the very, very end. It's actually how Take the Dream 9-1, funnily enough. Like what ended up being Take the Dream 9. I remember that in my head still. Okay. Let me recount because I lost track of getting distracted talking for a second. I think that 2 popped up at once and confused me. Having a recount due to tiredness. Very professional of me, I know. 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. No, this really just 5 threes in a row. One, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1. Valve, hate this. Valve has to have some trust in me. Literally all my games on Steam are positively rated, and I've got a few of them. Yeah, these 3 combined, you know what? Fine. Actually, you get my approval because I actually agree. Is anyone in disagreement that these 3 combined could make an interesting game? And that'd be kind of interesting to try. Or would you guys rather them be separate? You don't like them combining and prefer one of them on their own? So this is last vote, I guess. Sorry I said there was going to be one last vote. Fuse them or keep the winners separate. Because the winner is Doki Doki. Or so fuse or just go with Doki Doki and then we'll do our own different spin on it that's not combining these ideas. We'll just figure out the specifics in a little bit because we're going to have to start coming up with what is reasonably possible in just a second. Alright. People are... I can see some of the doubt there. The thing which I'm concerned about with webcam is making it work in RPG Maker more than anything. It's possible. It's not impossible. But in a 3-week span, that's a little bit of a tricky ask. Webcam could be something else. It could be CCTVs. I get what they mean by webcam, though. So... Alright. Anything that we'll make is going to ultimately be filtered through my own taste, so... But, hey. Bossa Nova has served me very well during this. I must tell you the last Bossa Nova song I had going. No, that's not the last one, so... Oh no, my monitor turned off. Let me save the results. If my computer turns off, you know, I'll be back in like a minute or so. Apparently it's just power. I know what it kind of is. It's a mixture that there's some stuff going on. Also, the part of the house I'm in is kind of old and the socket's kind of faulty sometimes. Sometimes it's perfectly fine, but otherwise, I think the computer takes up more power than it can sometimes provide. Just, it's happened twice before, but like briefly. This is the most severe time it's happened. Maybe it's because I'm streaming, I don't fucking know. Alright, well I did save the results for what it's worth, so yeah. I think making a day in Sim in 3 weeks is a lot. Not really, compared to some things, especially it depends on the scale that we're making. There's aspects of it that can take a lot. The art side is the part I'm the most concerned about, but I do know I have a little bit of support there. But there's ways to think about it, because being an artist is not my forte, though I've gotten a little bit better at it within the last year, so... By a little bit better, I only mean a little bit better, though. I'm definitely not like close dancer level. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to turn this music very quiet. I'm not going to turn it off, actually. I'm going to think about this, because we now do have 3 options in front of us. It's like swallowed something in a second. I'm sorry for that cough. Thinking about this there. How to do this in a 3-week span? Do we keep the 2D or the 3D perspective? But I think before we figure out the perspective, we need to figure out a little bit more what the gameplay of this game is like and what we're going for. So before we talk about story, before we talk about specifics, let's talk gameplay, because that's one of the trickier aspects to envision here. And I can imagine things in theory that would work, but I'm also going to be applying a layer of, is it possible for me with my current skill set to do? And is it possible to do in around 3 weeks, give or take? Before the end of June is the actual deadline, but I would like to get it done a little bit before the end of June, if possible. Let's see. Also working with what is possible, because like I haven't actually messed around with this current stuff. I probably have to relearn how to doodle things on this because I'm not used to this mouse setup yet. But I did get okay for a while at doodling a little bit. Actually, I know what this reminds me of. Am I going to pull out an old game idea for this? Can I tell you an old game idea which I've had for a while? Let me clarify something. Before I give this concept is old, like actually old. I think it's from 2016. Let me pull this up. This just came to mind that this actually sounds a little bit like an old idea I had. Legitimately, I'm not even kidding. In fact, it is exactly the same. What the fuck? This is... This was not intentional, I promise you this beforehand. Let me tell you about this idea and show... I think I have the files here on my computer to show what this is about, okay? So I need to go to the D drive. Give me a second to dig this out. Actually, it's not on the D drive, it's in my Google Drive. How do I not show the screen for a second so I can go to my Google Drive? Sorry, it's going to be a black screen for a second. It's just I need to access my Google Drive to show something. And if you guys have the link, that'd be problematic for me, so it's why I'm not sharing the screen for a second. Alright, so I have an old game idea which actually is maybe the answer to this. Ready? You guys ready? And this one's old, so I'm probably going to update this idea. Holy hell, this is like this idea. What the fuck? Okay. So the project's idea was called Lonely or Not. And I have character sketches, and I have an old text document which I can show what I wrote back then. If we're going to be developing this one on stream. And it doesn't have to be just like this idea, but yeah. Go into here. I'm going to get the old text document right. I don't... No, this one does show its stuff. Okay. I need to, like, download this whole entire drive. And then I'll show it off. Yeah, this is working. So ignore the character... Like, I have character design sketches as a base here for a second. And I'll talk more about this in a second. I'm sorry this is like a black screen and you guys can't say anything for a second, but trust me, it's going to be fixed off in a moment. I am actually legitimately surprised that this is very, very similar to a really old idea. Not by really old, I mean like a few years. It's not like as old as some of my ideas, but yeah. Go to USB stuff, go to my text document, look for Lonely and Not, because I know I had a document on this. Okay. So let me clarify some stuff. This idea is from 2014. Or excuse me, not 2014. It's from 2016. The inspirations for this project, I wrote down some inspirations because I had some inspirations for this. It included Ghost 6, Serial Experiments Lane, Mondo Agency, Angel's Egg, Morbido, and Data Live were some of the inspirations here, if you know what those are. That's fun. The text document was mainly notes, so I don't really know if I should show that. I mean, I guess I can show it. It's like, it basically just says what I said and some positions the characters. The Google Drive is closed, so I can reshare the screen. So the text document of Lonely Yet Not looks something like this. And I guess I can express this idea. Let me check one more thing before all this. Thanks for being patient for a second for me to catch myself up with myself in the past. Okay. Elio perfect. Okay. Caught up with my past self. So here we go. Here was some old concept art. No, it was a black screen for a second. Here was some old concept art for Lonely Yet Not. Character sketch, 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 character sketch. So to talk a little bit about this and these characters that you see before you, I guess I'll stick on his image for a second. The idea behind Lonely Yet Not, which was an idea which I had in 2016, I wrote about it some in like the Close Your Eyes news tab when I was trying to make my follow-up to Close Your Eyes. It was around Take the Dream 9 before Red Haze time that I posted about this. Lonely Yet Not was an idea for a Persuado sort of escape room visual novel concept. You awaken as a person inside of a giant sort of facility, a sci-fi one, and you're given a weird role right at the top. I forget what it was called. It was kind of like a custodian role, but not really. And in this, you're in a facility housing different people with one-way glass. They live in a house, not a house, but they live in a little area that they call their own, separately. They are isolated by themselves. They have no interaction with the outside world. They live, and you can see them, but they cannot see you. And you can monitor them, but they cannot monitor or see you. And you interact with them in sort of a dating visual novel way, in a sort of creepy way where you're like they're one sole person that they can interact and have social interaction with, and that you do different things with them. As well, on top of this, there's a facility for you to explore deeper and deeper, which they seem to have some weird information on for you to get deeper into the facility. And as Red Haze was not finished at the time when I came up with this idea. Oh, wait, you're talking about no, Red Haze. Red Haze is like 22 of the 26 endings currently in it. But yeah, you remember them. And anyways, the facility has deeper secrets and weird stuff going on. While these characters, you interact, you have like one-on-one with them because, again, you can see them, they cannot see you. And have visual novel, dating, sim type stuff with them. It was just an idea which I had, which never really developed any further. But I realized, ironically, the idea that we're talking about right now with an escape room, webcam. Now, there wasn't really a stalker in my idea. I'll be honest about that, though I guess something like that could be thrown in. But then the rest of the idea sounds similar. It's like, wait a second, that sounds like that one idea I had back in 2016. Yeah. And then we had these character concepts. The idea was that she, he, and he were potential like people that live in different parts of the facility. But and they were all dateable, and they all have their isolation stuff. So yeah. And that's where we were at. But the idea didn't really develop too much. I'm not sure if we have to go with this exact idea. I'm open for something game. It's just I realized as we were going over this, is like, wait a second. I had an idea similar to this once. I just didn't realize it until I started thinking about it. It wasn't exactly the same. Like, again, there wasn't really a stalker. That was part of the concept. But there was a dating sim, escape room type thing going on. There was. I'm not going to go fully into the deeper parts of the idea there, but there's some similarities. Yeah. Rolling with it. That's alright. I mean, part of the fun of working on a community project, again, there'll be spoilers, obviously, as development goes on with all this, because I'm going to just stream development through all this. We don't need to even use these character sketches. It's just for convenience. I had 5 character sketches and designs picked out for like the characters rolling on. So yeah. I did mention Lonely back in January because it's an idea that I've eventually wanted to make. It's been like there as, yeah, that could be done. Just, I've been sitting on it for a while, and do I want to make that for a community project? I'm debating, but, and I guess there's some changes to make it into more of a scale thing. I'm not. It's an idea that I don't mind not being on a huge scale. It's actually fine by me. The music's stuck in my head. I'm thinking about if this is the approach that we should take, or if we should go in a different one. Make it more FNAF. Date someone while managing an animatronic from bursting into your room. It's not gonna be an animatronic. Don't worry. I was just making a joke with this. Okay, just the idea becomes funnier to me when I imagine that you're in a facility trying to one-on-one talk with someone while also trying to micromanage like a monster from bursting into your facility room. Which for some reason that makes me laugh. I'm just imagining like you're flirting with someone and you're like, I'll be back 1 sec, I have to go to the bathroom, like one of those sitcom situations. Except that you then have to like manage things to keep the monster out. Like, I'm trying to date someone. Get the fuck out of me. It's kind of funny actually. Anyways, rolling with it. Dating someone while learning. Oh my. All of it as it goes, as it goes. Now, to realize that into RPG Maker side, because I am thinking about this, there are a few ways I can make this work. The idea that makes the most sense to me, but also has severe limitations, is to make it into a first person 3D type game, which I can do. But the controls for the 3D are a little bit weird. Like, they're better than they were when I made Red Haze's 3D sections. I'll say that right now. There's a few improvements since then. They're still kind of weird, though. If you've played Red Haze and know the 3D sections of Red Haze, then you'll kind of know what I'm talking about. If you're like, if you don't know what Red Haze is and you don't know what Red Haze's 3D sections are like, then you might be a little bit confused. But if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So they've improved since then, but they're still kind of weird. But then if it's a game that's about dating sim and management stuff, maybe the player doesn't actually need that much control. I'm thinking. I kind of like. I'm starting to get a little bit fond of the idea. That is a good question, especially since I can't actually. Normally, the best way to do this would have been through our Discord GI Gameworks channel. We actually literally have a community project server thing there, but I legitimately cannot do that. I guess the best way at the moment is to either send me, the best method I guess right now would be to send stuff to my personal email, which is aestheticgamer@gmail.com. For now, for what to submit and what to work on, we'll talk about that in a second. That's my public email. So yeah. It's pretty easy to remember because it's just Aesthetic Gamer and then the Gmail address. So yeah. I'm thinking about this. I'm starting to get personally fond of making Lonely Yet Not, but slightly different than I imagined it back in the day. I like the adaptation, so. And yes, you can also send me messages over Twitter if you can like send files over Twitter with that. But yeah. If you want to do it through Twitter, just tell me, and like through here, and I can approve you. I need to be following you on Twitter in order to message back. If you don't mind me cyber stalking you, I guess. I'm not really actually cyber stalking, just I'd follow you on Twitter. So yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have access to Discord right now because I don't have a phone at the moment, and I'm on a new computer, and I forgot to save my Discord backup codes at any point. But I forgot. I mean, I didn't know that was a thing you could do. And so I'm locked out of my Discord account for now. There's not a way to retrieve it until I get a phone. If Twitter can send the files, that's a-okay with me. Oh my. The fun of it. Though I will not say it right now because I'm not on Twitter this very second, but I'll say it later. I'm not gonna go to my Twitter DMs on stream right now, so I'm like, It's not that there's anything bad there. The reason I don't want to show my Twitter DMs is not what you guys would expect. There's some people I talked to on Twitter about Resident Evil 8 that know things the public should not know right now about the game, and so I don't want to go into my Twitter DMs for actual Resident Evil 8 spoilers. I don't have a phone. My phone broke, Grayson. I even just said that. That's why I can't access my Discord. Yeah, I'm talking to the Men in Black right now. Da, da, da. Rolls as it goes. Anyways, I kind of like... I'm not sure if I'll go with these exact character designs. Honestly, okay. When I was making the Lonely Yet Not idea, part of the idea that Rinks... Because Rinks is the one that drew these designs for you ask. Rinks is my part. If you don't know, Rinks is my partner in crime. When we came up with these designs, the idea was to make kind of realistic people. They're like a little bit anime, but like you can sort of tell by looking at them, they're not exactly anime. You know what I'm saying? They're a little bit anime, but they're also a little bit kind of like an old English style type thing. We had a specific aesthetic in mind, and that worked for the Lonely and Not idea back then. But I'm thinking if we're gonna make a game that catches on with people, maybe it might be a good idea to just make them cuter, which is maybe. But then I also kind of like the diversity of the original cast. So I'm like, It's not that these were like realistic people exactly. They're still, pretty anime, but they had a little bit more grounding and variety to them than just cutesy. So I'm debating on that. But then I also know for a fact that cutesy fucking sells. Like, it literally does. People, I hate to say it like this, but something which you'll learn very, very quickly in game development is people are very superficial. And that's right there, okay? Sell out, sell out. I mean, I'm right. If you like, there wasn't a point I don't think I wasn't sold out. So I've made games for a while. I've been a YouTube person for a while, and I didn't really make much money from streaming, but I enjoyed doing it. So back when I streamed between 2011 and 2015. I agree with you. Oh, I want to take this opportunity to show my babies, my longest standing babies, my children. There's a lot of babies in my games. But I'm gonna be honest with you. These are my baby babies. These are from my longest standing game idea. They still haven't been in the game yet, but I love them. They're my children. Give me a second. I can't show you my Google Drive, and normally I have these on my computer, but I don't at the moment because I recently changed computers. But I had these on my Google Drive just because I knew that in case something happened. So yes, there's a lot. That's exactly what I meant. Okay, so Complete Isolation, one of my longest running game ideas. Some of you here probably even know about it. You probably see me mention it, or you know the history of it even. Some of you probably know more about it than others, and that's okay. Complete Isolation is a game idea that formed in my head in 2012. I had an Indiegogo thing for it back in 2013 it was. One day I wanted to make it happen. Anyways, there's more than 8 characters, but there was 8 primary characters at the beginning. And they are my precious children. The complete isolation. Here's the thing: complete isolation is in a weird point. Back then, I knew I had to put complete isolation on hold because I didn't have the skills back then to make the game I wanted to make. At this point in time, I do have the skills that I wanted to make it. Like, I could theoretically make the game if I decide, but it takes some time, and I've got so many other projects that I need to sort of wrap a few other projects up before I really focus on it. And there's some other things I think I should make first. Like, I want to make another episodic game before I can play Isolation because it's an episodic structure. I was always planning for that, but yeah. Alright, so I almost have my things open. I'm sorry I'm not sharing the screen. The reason why is because the Google Docs link, people gain access to the URL to that would be problematic, so I have to be a little bit secretive about it. Sorry about that. Okay. Here's this concept art. So I have characters from back then, alright? So here's some of these characters. You guys want to start from A and go to X, or want to start from X and go to A? Very weird question, but I'll just roll with it. These aren't all the characters in the game. In fact, I probably should have gone... I have to get the older thing. Peter's not here, for example. But I'll show these. There's a few other characters. There was another folder that probably had the rest of the concept art I didn't grab, but... Actually, I'm going to grab it. Start from X, go backwards. I will. Just give me a second. I'm going to download the other thing, which would have also been connected to this, which I stupidly... I thought about getting it, but I was like, nah, it's probably all in here. Even though there was a second folder, and I should have known myself that I'd stuffed them in both folders because I'm weird. Sonic X. Start with X. Oh my. Okay. Now I've got both folders, and I've gotten rid of the Google link thing, so it'll work out fine. So we're going to start from X. Here is some sketches of Xavier. Here is one sketch of his, and here is a color sketch of him. We had a few different color designs. The one which made the most sense to me was obviously the first one, which is the reason why I suggested first, but yeah. Well, think there. So here is the concept sketch for Xavier. Xavier is pretty hot, or pretty cool. After Xavier, we have Ryan, which is not me, but Ryan's a pretty common name. I'll show the color whip. Ryan has this sort of design. All right, following so far, we got Xavier, we got Ryan. Which leads on to the next one, which is, I guess we have some multiple character sketches. We have this one, which is a few different designs for Nathan, Howard, Dean, Ami, and Olivia. Got it? And we're going to see a few of these characters a few different times. Just kind of... Oop, I accidentally clicked out. Just kind of get those designs into your head. Wrong thing. It's this that I was looking for. We had a Hype Whip thing, testing some of the different designs. Hype Whip 2. That is also Dean and Melody, and then another whip thing. Yeah. Then we have Melody in this sketch. Well, we have a few sketches of Melody. We have Melody, and Melody, and Melody, and Melody, and indeed Melody. Alrighty. Then we have Howard, which we have even more sketches of. Why do I have music in here? Anyways, I was going to say, there's Dean, there's Howard. Then we have Dean. Apparently there's some Howard mix up here. There's Howard. And there's another Howard. And then, I guess that's the same picture of Howard, but copied. There must be a weird story of this. Ignore the name. And there's Hainman. And Hainman. Rolling with that. Dean. There's a picture of Dean. And Dean. Dean gets to have some fun here. Dean. Dean. Dean and Howard. And Dean. Yeah. I mean, I've had these characters in my head for a long time. Here's Blind Hunger. That's a blind hunger. And that's a blind hunger. Excuse that blind hunger. And that's a blind hunger. Then we have Becky. Here's Becky. And the other one's like the uncolored version. We were coming up with the design there. I think it's like some different hairs. I know it's like this sort of sketch thing. But there's Becky. And then we have Ami. Ignore that picture. Ami. Another older sketch of Ami. Some different little sketches from over time. Ami. 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 That one's closer to the final design, but yeah. And then we have the older pictures. So I think we actually went over most of them, except some of the older stuff aren't here. Like, is this characters? Yeah. Of Kiara. Kiara wasn't actually in any of these pictures. Why didn't Kiara get any love from these artists? Kiara's in these two pictures, I think. Like, there's Kiara and Olivia. Having some fun. There's also the Plague Doctor, who didn't really appear in any other sketches, and this was his final design. I like his design a lot. It came out good. And here's Peter, who was mysteriously missing from all these pictures, too. Sorry, Peter. There's Nathan, having some fun. Yeah. Anyways, memory lane. I forgot why I was showing off my children. Why was I showing off my children again? Saying, hey. Yeah. Plague Doctor from a long time. Yes! And I love the design. You did fantastic. I've held on to all this time. Thankfully, I saved them on the drives and stuff, since I was like, I might lose them someday. One day, complete isolation will happen. Today is still not that day. I am at a point where if I decided to drop everything and focus on it, I could get it done. I'm at the level of skill where I can make the idea I wanted to make. I probably would need some help to get, especially some of the sprite work done. I would need voice actors. But the actual idea could be done. And that's nice to know. It's nice to know that compared to me of 7 years ago, the me of now can do what I couldn't do back then. Back then, there was no way, especially in retrospective, I know I could have not have made the game I wanted to make with it. I now could make the game I wanted to make with it. It would take some time, though. It would probably take months of work, and I'd have to work with other people and sprite work and other things. And I'd have to focus more on it. It's a project that would need more focus on it, so yeah. But I want it to come to life. It's just not yet. Before I focus on it, there's other things I need to get done. And I also think I should do one episodic game. I have an idea of what game to focus on for an episodic game before I focus on it. Just to get more used to that structure and get some responsibilities out of my way. Well, there's Steven. Yeah. Fun. It's pretty fun. Anyways, enough about talking about Complete Isolation. Complete Isolation is definitely not the game of game done in June. There's no way that game would be done in June. If I started work on Complete Isolation tomorrow, I wouldn't even. I'll mention this. Complete Isolation is an episodic game. There's no way I'd even get the first episode done by the end of June. There's a lot. Given that the episodes get easier and easier to make the further in development we get, because I have ideas of how to make that work in episode structure so each episode doesn't take as long. But anyways. But the first episode, there's a lot of things that need to be made that would be helpful for later episodes as well, but there would be no way we'd be done with the first episode in this month alone. So yeah. I honestly really do appreciate that. Anyways, back to what we were talking about, the project we want to get done in June, which I guess is not Lonely or Not specifically, which I'm also going to close that because that's just an old document that we don't need. But it's something akin to it, because I realized subtly that the idea that we were going towards sounded a bit like it, but I guess I can make my Lonely Yet Not idea, except fill it with a FNAF style thing. I've actually never played a FNAF game or a FNAF styled game, but I know enough about them to have sort of an idea of what their gameplay loops and mechanics are about. So back to Lonely Yet Not, which is what I'm now going to call it until we decide more officially if we actually want to go in that direction or not. I'm also going to take some water, though I'm almost out. Alright, so do we actually want to do my Lonely Yet Not idea, or should we come up with something more original from the stream audience? The reason we did this whole process was because I was hoping to get a game that was different than what I had in mind. But yeah, and keep in mind, outside of Fusion, the game that won was the Doki Doki idea. And I will say this, it'd probably be simpler to make a straight up meta type of game. And even though I say Doki Doki, I don't think it'd play just like Doki Doki. It wouldn't like literally be a visual novel with a lot of text going on and the weird like we're not trying to recreate or remake Doki Doki, but go in some different direction with it. That's the hope. There's a difference between inspiration and ripping off. Our idea is not to make a rip off, despite the fact that we're literally calling it. It's the easiest way to convey the concept. And obviously what somebody said, which is because we were getting ideas from people in the chat, so yeah. You should just... Well, the problem with Doki Doki is that Doki Doki works as a twist on expectations. There is a chance that Lonely Yet Not deserves to be its own project and not something that we throw together in 3 weeks. That is true. Lonely Yet Not is an older idea of mine. And I will say this, I don't mean to brag, but I think it's a pretty good idea. I think Lonely Yet Not is actually a good idea, and one I've held on to for a while. Not, again, I don't want to sound like I'm like, haha, patting myself on the back too much. And good ideas don't mean anything until they're made into something. I will also say that. An idea is only as good as its realization. Still. Okay. We're probably going to go in a little bit more of a Doki Doki location. Now, actually, can I say something right now? I hope you have a good night there, Phoenix D. We're going to be streaming more of this tomorrow, so get ready for that. There's a lot of Ryan Dane sims. So, can I say a actually funny story here? I sometimes compose soundtracks thinking one day I might do something like this. Now, I'm going to mention this. Making a Doki Doki style game was not my suggestion. It was literally one of the suggestions that somebody that was throwing suggestions at the wall came up with. The reason I say this is, guess what? I have a soundtrack already ready for such a game. I make a lot of music in my time, and conveniently, I kind of predicted one day I might want to make something like this. So, I was ahead of the curve, except maybe the music isn't the best choice. And let me go, we'll get it right now. It's not in the same folder, it's on the downloads folder, so it's in my D drive there. Okay, so the best way to get it would be there, go out my text stuff, new volume stuff, games, I called it temporarily Romantic Quarter Love Before I Die. Ignore the cheesy name. I have the soundtrack. Oh, did I? Please tell me. Okay, good. It did save. So, you guys want to listen to some music as we talk about this? Because I've got music to spare, apparently. And let me also clarify, this all is an original soundtrack. So, well, some of it uses some royalty-free stuff, but I got permissions from the artist, and then I remix them in unusual ways. Okay? So, rolling with this. The soundtrack's going to be kind of weird, and we don't have to use this music. I could find better fitting music if the idea demands better fitting music. This was slightly different than a pure Doki Doki idea. It was a weirder idea than this. I won't get into what that idea is because that's not what we're making right now. But yeah. I'll let this music play for a second just to give you an idea, though. This one was part of the royalty-free mix-up, which you'll hear a little bit more of as this goes on. If you recognize it, that's why I was going to say it. Oh, Steven, I know you're making a joke, but no. Some of this will not sound very fitting, but there's a specific reason, which we'll get to. The music here, I also will mention this. The idea which I had was not to make, like, this isn't trying to emulate Doki Doki style in the music. The music gets very weird. I decided to make the music somewhere between kind of a visual novel soundtrack and really weird, almost trip-hop type mixes to the stuff. You'll hear some of that in this. Like, it gets really bizarre, and it gets even more and more bizarre as it goes on. You'll hear it kick in shortly, so... If we want to use any of this music, even like maybe not the whole entire soundtrack, we have specific songs. It's available and free. There's no project they're really attached to. I know I have this thing called Romantic Corridor Love Before I Die, but it wasn't really it's not something that's realized. Huh. Stuff to roll with. Yeah. All these have weird twists to them, and they also have some different versions of a lot of these songs. We'll get to it. Again, they've got like a weird, almost trip-hop vibe to them. It's kind of intentional, but yeah. Just giving it a little bit. The song's supposed to create a little bit of discordance, which is why things sound a little bit off kilter, I guess, is the way to word it. It's not like creepy, it's just a little bit off, if that makes any sense. Yeah, music. Part of the fun of it. begins to get slightly more and more off kilter, and that you liked it. We're about to get into weirder territory pretty shortly. The music so far has been a little bit weird, but it starts getting a lot more weird in just a second. I had some ideas about it, but again, these can be attached to whatever, so yeah. We're not quite there, but we're getting there. I like this one because this one's kind of subtly unsettling. It's not like completely unsettling, but you can tell that something's a little bit weird. And I know what I did with this one. I will not spoil my secrets, but you can kind of just hear it with how it's playing out. Yes, you have. The reason why is because I mentioned this, there's a couple songs that use a royalty-free thing. I actually got express permission from the artist. It's like, hey, can I use this piano track and sort of remix and mix it? And they're like, sure. And I was like, okay. So this piano track is one of them. It's a royalty-free track, so you probably have heard it in something else before. But the version that you're hearing right now is not the same. I did a lot of modifications and other track layerings on top of it. Yeah. I haven't finished reading Tapers. I still need to, and trust me, Grayson has asked me to finish reading it. Because I've read the first 10 of 20 chapters. Music to roll with. I don't remember for the life of me, unfortunately. Like, that's me being legitimate. I know it's a royalty-free thing, and I didn't need to credit them. I think I forgot. I think it's by Bensound, which is a pretty popular royalty-free music thing if you want to try and track it down, though. Anyways, the music's starting to slowly go off, but not too much yet. Alright, I hope you sleep well there, Saints, as we go through with all this. I'm also debating if I should use this music or not for the project idea. Oh, I remember this one. No one's talking, just working with some game ideas is what it is. Oh my. I'll skip ahead a little bit. Next up. I was really happy how the song came out, by the way. It's really stupid, but yeah. Making all the music off kilter was fun, and we're about to get to the crazier music, so let's do it. Bit by bit here. I just had an idea I won't be able to use it for, what's up? I mean, it's if you want to share. If you just want to keep it to yourself, then please do. All the music as we go through. I'm just kind of listening. I'm thinking about what I can and cannot use for this if we want to decide to go this direction. How to make it... I'm gonna probably sleep on this question. I'm trying to think about how to make an interesting take on a Doki Doki type thing. It hasn't been done before and can be made in around 3 weeks with some community help and what I can personally do in RPG Maker Envy with my current skill set. I see. Write down the idea. You'd be surprised, even important ideas, how you might forget stuff. It's a good habit if you have to like carry around or have options to write down ideas when you have them. People would be surprised how often ideas slip them and they forget they even had the idea in the first place. I see. Whatever helps you remember it. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to me either. I think it's a good one. Ideas can also feed into other ideas, so sometimes just writing down ideas leads to you thinking more about things, and then like deeper inspection on something that leads to other things. So yeah. Kind of go with this. I'm almost at the end of the music stuff here, but not quite yet. It's a good habit again to, honestly, if you're a person that works with creativity, it's just a good idea to be ready to write ideas down, because they can come anywhere at any time. And if you're looking for ideas, you'll probably find them if you keep an open mind to like be susceptible to thinking about things a little bit. So yep, writing them down time can be important before they escape you. Ideas are kind of like dreams in that they can fade away if you don't like, they stick with you for some reason, or if you don't like write them down or something. And you remember more the more you get into the habit of writing things down, honestly. It's for all the fun music stuff. We're actually like 2 songs away from the end at the moment, so yeah. It's just misc music I made for this stuff, so yeah. Welcome back there, Susie. I'm sleepy, but I'm not going off yet. I want to talk before tomorrow seems to be the day that we'll start actual work, but I'm going to be spending tonight mainly thinking about as I go to bed, which I better write stuff down when I go to bed here. But thinking about how to do an original take on a Doki Doki type game that is appreciated, not just like a ripoff, but interesting. Impossible for us to do in 3 weeks. That's another part of this. What's up, Snow? I have an idea in my head, kinda, but it's a very loose idea right now. I will say this, if we want an original... Okay, so this song is not original. There's an artist behind it, but I've got their full permission, even for commercial use and all that. But I'll play this credit song. I want to use it. I'm really happy with this one. And I'll say this, the lyrics are not original. Like, they're from someone who I know. I was like, yeah, you can use our singing. But the rest of the song is, and I really like how this one came out. That's okay, Susie. Thinking about an RPG Maker. I can show you guys some stuff on Doki Doki in a little bit. Like, I can explain to you. I'll first let this song play, and after the song, I'll show you guys a little bit about Doki Doki.
So we know it, we know it. They will never understand how to love is love, love is in love, leaving everything behind for love. I just wanna fall in love.
Still at work there, Susie. I was gonna let that finish before I continue, but yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Doki Doki. By going, and let me search up Doki Doki Literature Club Aesthetic Gamer to get myself a get up because I can, you know, just share what I've done. Can I find part 1 easily? I guess I have a playlist, don't I? Alright. I have no idea what part I'm paused at here. Let me go back a little bit and let's see what we fucking see. Just this blindly. Let's fucking see what I'm talking about up in here. Level. I read a Goosebumps book. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. I mean, yeah.
Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you...
Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't like these foreshadowing signs going on right now. Okay, so... I'm going to affirm again. I could be completely off, but I feel like there's a lot of foreshadowing work going on right now. And I've watched a lot of horror movies. I play a lot of horror games. I've even made my own little averting horror sign stuff. I'm feeling like there is some definite alluding going on right now. I'm just gonna continue.
I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
Ugh, I hate horror.
Oh, why's that?
Well, I
almost give her a southern accent, so it's coming right after that one. Natsuki's eyes started over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud. And give that back.
Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. I'm gonna bite your cheek. Arrgh. You're so adorable, you taste adorable. You fucking little cute kitten. What are you fucking kidding? I'm gonna fucking slide up right up behind you. Sayori, that's actually what it says. Sayori slides with Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. I'm gonna fucking eat you is what I'm gonna do. I'm not cute. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. You read a horror book once. Anyone who reads horror just can't get my high, cute literature. Not very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. I too am writing a novel. I submitted it to the newest book festival, and without any return, I've decided I'm gonna disown my own writing and live in disdain and fucking isolation for the rest of my life. I might bring a few cats, which means that Natsuki might be able to come along. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You might be willing to open up to your readers.
So explain Doki Doki after letting the whatever play out. I'll click on a random part. Let's see what
Hear
we
it
get.
too much yet, so maybe spending a little more time with her would be a good decision. Yuri has talked a lot in the few scenes he has. She seems so shy on the outside, but talks a lot about books and things she's happy about. She also did a nice gesture for us earlier. Monica currently has been mostly in the background so far. We don't really know anything about her. She doesn't really talk about
witnesses
herself.
to be
Usually
seen.
when she talks, she's just talking about leading the literature club. So we don't really know much about how or where she is at this point in time. So Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, Monica. If I had to choose, I would ask the chat, but I'm going to try and make a decision for myself right
There's Cyber. So basically, Doki Doki
now.
Literature Club.
Yuri.
So, Doki Doki Literature Club for the first half of the game is a visual novel with just some dark undertones slightly. We're going to go into full Doki Doki spoilers if we're going to make a game inspired slightly by it. So, if you don't want to know any spoilers, let me know, and maybe I'll try to be a little bit careful, but we will have to eventually talk about all this. Or are you guys like, I don't care, Ryan, full spoiler speed ahead. At the moment, this is just more of the basic parts of the game before we get to the layer stuff, so yeah. It's for the first half, it's just kind of
Hasn't changed one bit.
I mean, the thing is, visual novels can be dark. Like, the idea of a horror visual novel is not a new thing. There's plenty of visual novels with dark twists and turns and all that.
She's nothing but a ball of sunshine, drying happy vibes from the world around her. Well, it's your fault for getting in my business all the time. I don't know if I understand. You never understand when I try to explain things to you, do you, Sayori?
Welcome back there,
I pat
Crimson.
Sayori's head. Hey! I'm not a kid, you know. Are you sure about that? Maybe. Sayori starts filling with her pencil between her hands. Hey, Dusky, will you give me your poem? I kind of want to keep it. Huh? Why? Because, well, it's the first time you've written something for me. Sayori, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Well, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home. Really? Snap. I broke my pencil. Sorry, hastily bends down to pick up the piece she dropped. But being inattentive of her surroundings, she bumps right into me. Sorry! It's fine, it's fine. I'll get it for you. I bend down and pick up the broken pencil. Sayori clutches the desk beside her for her to support herself, knees shaking. I'm a little clumsy today. Let's sit down, Sayori. Yeah. I grab Sayori's arm and it's kind of exaggerating it.
Yeah, probably. But you do spend a lot of time with her, even in the club, don't you? Then again, I don't blame you for being still shy.
Okay, so skipping to the big spoilers now. So big spoilers. Stuff goes down
Straight
halfway
back to
through the game.
I spent only a few minutes
Skipping
back at home
ahead.
anxiously waiting.
This is the famous spoiler scene from Doki Doki Literature Club. I slowly opened the door. I gently opened the door. So going ahead.
Feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter a room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. But huh. An exception has occurred. Game script ran line to see traceback text for details.
Yeah.
What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sorry wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I knew what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession? That has to have been what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and gave her what I knew she wanted out of our relationship, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I can do to bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance. I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing that was my life is worth more than hers, but I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never, 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 never. End. Huh. Ducky.
So, part of the idea behind Doki Doki at this point, the game starts taking a turn at this point. So, a character dying in a visual novel in a dark suicide ending type thing, that's literally nothing new for the genre. Like, if you played more than just, like, maybe a few friendlier of the visual novels, you've probably run into something like this before. So let me just say that the twist of, like, there are some people that are affected by it, and I get, but that part doesn't really surprise me because that's more visual novel fare, typical stuff. If you play like a sort of darker horror-y visual novel thing, and yeah, the depiction's pretty good. But the thing which starts playing more into it is that the game purposefully makes it after this point that you can't get a different ending. Like, there's not another ending; it's the one ending that you can get, and it's at this point the character is kind of removed from the story. And then the story continues with the other three, and that character is lost. In fact, I think I can do the replay thing.
Also, I noticed Sayori's character file is now missing from the game stuff. I should probably look more around here, because there's definitely some...
Let me say something also. Unfortunately, I was a little bit too intuitive about what Doki Doki was up to when I played this. Let me clarify something. I played Doki Doki Literature Club about less than a month, I think, after I released Please Love My Computer game. So it was at the period of time where that was still fresh in my mind, and I was open to checking out the game files ahead of time, and I noticed some strange things, which probably may be a little bit too intuitive to some of the things that the game was up to. Okay? If you're wondering what I'm doing, like here, but yeah.
Some fourth wall break
if you watch the Let's Play, you'll make a little more sense, but yeah.
elements in that last bit there. Now, I did predict where it was going, partially because of the dialogue chosen. What do we got? Z
Happy Thoughts. This was definitely not here before. There was no image file. I'll move. Yeah, let me move on to the screen. Nope, not like that. Happy Thoughts. It was an image that popped up in the folder fun. Hi, Sayori. She's having a good time. Don't worry about it. Yeah, let's close that. Now, I actually think I have Sayori's file still available to me. So what happens if I put it back in? See, I was deleting these files earlier, so I still have a Sayori file. What if I put a Sayori file inside my character folder? Sayori! You can live with everyone else now. I'm going to make a copy of Sayori, then I'm going to put that in here, so yeah. I'm also going to try something. So when the game launches up, we'll keep the Sayori file. Let me try this. Information, I guess. Load game. Can I load the choice I made with her, which... This would be the file where I say I love her. File, error, character, Sayori, character. The file is missing or corrupt. So it won't let me load my save files, which I perfect. Will that apply to everything? Let me find out. The save file is corrupt. Starting a new game. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. The girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other so long. I guess this is the point I shot, so probably, yeah, let me do this quickly. You know the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out today because you've known each other for so long? We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would I'm actually happy we're watching.
waiting up.
I'm gonna pause old me to say this. I'm actually happy we're watching this. It's been a while since I played Doki Doki, and it's making me think about some things, and I have a loose idea of what we maybe should do for this project. It's giving me the reason why I'm watching is just because I like listening to myself speak. It's because I haven't thought about Doki Doki in some time, and this is making me think about something. I'll share in a second, but I'm going to show some of the weirder parts of Doki Doki for those who aren't very familiar with it, and yeah.
But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just decide idle in front of the crosswalk and let Zuta did down Alasa catch up to me. It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking into school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time I get some girls or something like that. But I have no motivation to join any clubs.
Wait, did you actually say girls plural?
Oh, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time I get some girls or something.
I said time I meet some girls or something. Okay.
Like that. But I have no motivation to join any clubs. You decide to join.
Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club.
Literature? Natsuki's eyes suddenly light up again. She snatches the bar from the floor and immediately tears off the wrapper. Wow. I mean, I knew that her dad was starving her, but that's... I told you not to...
This, and then both of them, this doesn't involve you.
Take it out of your own insecurities on others like that. You really act as young as you look, Natsuki. Me? Look who's talking. You want an edgy bitch? Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone for your mental age to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know. If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only thing cute about you is how hard you try. Whoa, be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad. You're already too, don't you? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let Dusky hear everything you really think.
I'm sure I'll be head over heels for you after this. Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she just noticed I was standing there. Yeah, it's going fine, you know. The Dusky, she's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it.
How the fuck? Well, of course, all the fun stuff. My stuff is invisible. I also can't save my game right now, so that's fun. Also, that did sort of highlight what I said the raccoon poem was about, so Yuri is cutting herself like I thought she might do, but still, though. Natsuki. Oh. Somebody made my mouse move right then. Natsuki. Of course. Well, I'm not sure which one I want to pick here, still, though. Yeah. Natsuki. Hi, Monica.
Hey, Dusky. Don't look at the corrupting mold I accidentally caused happening right behind me. I didn't mean to fuck things up this badly.
Still, though.
Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Ha ha ha! Some president I am, right? I'm fucking everyone over.
I was having fun with this, don't worry, mind me.
Oh boy. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here.
I was waiting for you. I was waiting for a long time. It was the only thing I had to look forward to today. Why did you ruin it? Do you like Yuri more? I think you're better off not associating with her. Are you listening to me? Yuri is a sick freak. That should be obvious by now. So just play with me instead. Okay?
Is it going to base 64? I'll trust.
You don't hate me, Dusky, do you?
Nice face you got going on there. I guess I'll ask what was the poem say? I guess someone can answer that to me because someone mentioned the poem was in base 64 there in the chat, so. Good picture.
You don't hate me, Dusky, do you? Do you hate me? Do you want to make me go home crying? The club is the only place I feel safe.
Oh, she's starting to, like, actually blood stuff.
Don't ruin that for me. Don't ruin it. Please. Just stop talking to Yuri. Play with me instead. It's all I have. Play with me. Play with me.
Well, unfortunately, I guess begging makes her mouth disappear. What's the other thing that's on the outline of her cheeks at the moment? Ooh, whoa. And who should I show my poem to next? Some of my invigorating choices. Monica. My mouse is invisible, so give me a second. Alright, so for those who are not familiar with Doki Doki, you're starting to get slightly a better idea of what the game is about and like. Because I've had some interesting thoughts going over all this. I'm wondering if it's time to go over it or not. The game does go a little bit further than this, but just a little bit. Captivated, yeah.
Is that so, Yuri?
That's correct. Dusky is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. I still can't really tell how much you actually care about writing, but either way you're doing alright. Even though you're not really spending time with anyone but Yuri, I still think it's nice to have activities that we all participate in. So you better keep working hard, Natsuki. Trust me, I've been really hard trying to go for you. The game I don't think is gonna let me, though.
I mean, I know I'm not president or vice president or anything, but
That doesn't mean you can't let me down, okay?
Sorry, click that again.
So at least read mine too for now. But just to be clear, this poem means a lot to me.
so read it carefully, okay? I don't know how else to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri has been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her. But if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please see if you can do anything to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monika, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants us to ignore it. So I'm mad at her right now, and that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. Oh, Natsuki. She's concerned about everyone. Just how I like it. I changed my mind! Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. Can you hear me, Dusky? If you would just spend more time with Monika, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monika from now on. Just Monika. Just Monika. Just Monika. Yeah. I wonder whosoever might be writing this. I bet it was Sayori. Who? No, Monika.
Very subtle.
How you like that, Monika? Just Monika. Just Monika. Who should I show my poem to next? Alright, I'm gonna let Monika come back in. Hi, Monika. Didn't, like, Sayori beforehand say multiple times that she would do this until death or until she dies? That's a bad foreshadowing. I'll even touch myself while reading it over. Here. I'll give myself paper cuts so your skin oil enters my bloodstream. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read, I know you're really gonna want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. So, outside of the fact that I'm pretty sure that this is both, I'm pretty sure this is a mixture of Yuri's blood and piss. So, ignoring that aspect of it, can I even potentially read this? Now then, Thinking. Well, I'm trying to make head. Like, I can sort of tell there's words there, but it's really hard to read. Is there like a transcript for this? I kind of want to know what it says. I don't care if someone like posts me to it, but because I'm not sure if I can actually read this. All right.
We're gonna actually have it.
Go. Let's just
I'm gonna pause this to say this. We're gonna have I have a lot to cover. The reason I'm watching this at the moment is because I'm forming a lot of thoughts. I'm about to unload before we end the stream tonight because there's a few things I want to think deeper about here. I'm not on Discord at the moment, so I don't know you can't link it. So I'm like, oh my, if you could just like post bits and pieces. I ever let myself think these things, but it's unmistakable. The lust continues to linger through my veins, and aching in my muscles stems from the unreleased tension experiencing by my body. Her third eye is drawing me closer. I'm guessing it's just like copied over and over again. Now I'm kind of looking at it, could be. So that's what it all says. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like words. Posterior, gimmickry, passages, better purse, counter braids, haslet, ability, Akai, section, fooling, spores, Bakos, rising eyeballs, tickle, dully litter, biolixes. There's some stuff written down here. For
I
kind
wrote
of
it for
assume because
you.
I'm sleepy, but kind of think
In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about...
still might be like another 20, 30 minutes from now because I've got some stuff.
More importantly, I've endowed it with my scent.
So yeah, you did piss on your poem. Well, I'm happy you personalized it.
See, aren't I the most thoughtful person in this club? I think I'm going to vomit.
Who should I show my poem to next? Monica.
Even touch myself with my pen I stole from you. I just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. I want you all to myself.
Very romantic.
And I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Dusky. Tell me you want to be my lover. Do you accept my confession?
No. Yeah, that's a good time. So actually, Yuri's doing something that's a little bit sad outside of the obvious. You do see us in ayasa. So I think she killed herself because she realized she was probably gonna end up killing me. So it's her last act of mercy. I guess it's the last bit of herself. So, anyways, I'm gonna click out yet. Akiaka Iazuia Yai Si Iopio Ioiasba Abba He Diseave Isilius Ioiai Oi Oa Oiai Soyosu Uili Io Us Ai Kodobo O El Ale Gio Ilu Aio CEO Iu Ono Sobo Anko Iaju. We're not gonna. I decided I was gonna be a fucking idiot and I kept at this for a while. EGO so RCU LUEUC. Where say I kill you? Yeah, guy. Oh, one sock boo. I forgot about this. Okay, well, anyways, Monica comes and does things after this point. So let's actually talk about Doki Doki for a second, because I got some things which I've thought about going over all of this. Yeah, well, I mean, it was text to read. Okay. So, a lot of people, when they think of Doki Doki, you know, you got the basics. We're going to talk about this on a few layers. You got cute girls, you got meta horror, you got cute deception, turns into fucked up shit. People love this shit. So these three things are liked by a lot of people, obviously. Colon, yes, I know, but we started a different stream. Keep that in mind. We switched streams. So technically it's not the same stream. Haha, technicality. All right. Now, that's the most basic layer, though. There's a lot more going on here. But that was one thing quickly. Talking a little bit more about it, one thing which does stick out to me, just kind of going through those clips, is that a lot of the focus is character relations twisted. Now, obviously, this anime trope's also being twisted, even though it goes in love with we have a stereotypical yandere direction. But, you know, what I mean by character relations twisted is that I guess more of the focus of the second act, if you pay attention, or at least through our clip show going on here, is that characters, the now the characters do some obvious creepypasta things. There's some stuff in Doki Doki which I don't think worked to its benefit. I think it's fine. Obviously, a lot of people like the game, but I think part of its problem is that it goes too far in a stereotypical creepy way, like the scene of Natsuki, like, oh, her eyes turn black and tears of blood happen and she gets a impossibly large grin across her face, which that stuff isn't bad, but it feels a little bit out of place there. So going with that, then of course the whole thing with Yuri. Yuri isn't even the most interesting yandere I know of, unfortunately. I know of more interesting and more fucked up yanderes than Yuri is. So one of the problems with Yuri for me as a horror game enthusiast and just an anime geek, I guess, or weeaboo, I guess is what people like to call it, I don't consider myself one. Yuri isn't even the most fucked up yandere type character I know, unfortunately. Like, she's interesting, and yandere tropes are interesting. They're a little bit rarer than you may think, but it's actually a little bit weird that Yuri in a horror game trying to subvert anime tropes isn't like the most interesting example of a Yuri character out there, nor the most fucked up one. There's actually yandere characters that are a lot more fucked up than she is. Does that make sense? So I think that's part, like, I actually really do like Doki Doki Literature Club, but I've always had some issues with it, and that's kind of attributed with this. I remember talking about this when I played it. Because there's a lot of aspects but I like, and also arguably, I think one conflict it has, not to the detractment of the game, because I still really enjoy it, but I feel like Act 1 and Act 2 of the game almost feel like they're written by different people, and I understand that there's a story, narrative reason of why they start going in a certain, I guess you can call it edgy way, but I don't know, even though it's entertaining, I don't dislike the direction that Yuri and Natsuki go in. I don't feel like it's the most interesting direction they could have gone in with the characters with this. Does that make sense at all? Because, like, Yuri is like, both of them kind of get cartoonishly horror. Like, they don't really feel creepy. There's some creepy things that happen in the second act, but specifically how Natsuki and how Yuri feel like not... They don't feel like disturbing, actually. They feel more like caricatures. They're like stereotypes. Natsuki is like doing her best imitation of a suddenly the work turned into a lost episode and blood poured from their eyes in the lost game cartridge type of thing. And Yuri just feels like trying to be super edgy, but not really being with the same depth as other yandere type characters. And I understand that part of the story example is that there's a reason why their personalities are being cranked up to zany levels, but at the same time, I just feel like would have been more interesting ways to realize their characters in a horror way than what's presented there. Because they start being very obviously not real people. And I know they're not real people, obviously. They're supposed to be game characters. But even the game character angle could have been made more interesting and more creepy than the end result was. They could have either made the characters more human in a disturbing way, or they could have made them more interesting in a disturbing way. But it feels like they're not... It's not even that it's bad. It's just it doesn't feel like it's the most interesting direction they could have gone with it. So that's my first complaint. Do I make enough sense at that point? And as I asked that, I'm also going to move on to the next point, so I'm sorry to immediately go into this. So, My second point, and I kind of remembered this by watching these videos. One area that the game could have definitely done better in is the blame on Sayori's part. Now, I understand that part of the story is that it's an inevitability that Sayori has to die. I'm not trying to say, oh, they should have added a path where you could have saved her. It's not that which I'm trying to argue for. I think the path more is that I feel like the game could have done more with the choice system that they have to lead to that point. I understand also it's a free game and they didn't know how big it was going to be and etc. etc. Actually, here's a fun thing. Do you know there's actually DLC for Doki Doki Literature Club coming out apparently this year? I forgot about that until literally this moment. For some reason I remembered it when I started talking about the content in the game. Anyways. But it feels like, because they even frame it as like, oh, because of your choices, she dies forever. But then it's not really your choices, the only outcome that you can get. And then it feel like they frame it as it's your personal responsibility, you let her die. But I also understand there might be some sort of commentary on video game stuff about the illusion of choice and all that. Just, I don't know. I feel like they could have gone a little harder with it. The Sayori moment is effective, actually. It's an engaging hook to continue on to the next part, so I'm not complaining too much about it, but I do feel like the road to there, especially on replays, becomes very transparent. It's the only outcome. And it's not even that there's variations to the outcome, it's just always going to happen. But then the game tries to actively word it like, oh, because of your choices, you ended up here, you let somebody die, but it's just a video game, so you can restart, but no, you can't. But that's not even really your choice, it's just a story event that's supposed to happen no matter what you do. So one thing, in fact, I'm going to write some of this stuff down. In the Doki Doki Literature Club, that become too cartoony, horror. Sayori's death is too scripted, framed as your fault, but it's a scripted story event. And I'm getting sleepy too, so don't worry there. A little bit more about the sad stuff with Monica as an AI. And that is the third layer. Okay, so I'll say this. Technically, there are 4 phases to Doki Doki Literature Club. There's the first half of the game, which is just more of a straight-up romance visual novel that tackles depression a little bit more seriously, and the game's a little bit more grounded. And then after that, it goes on to phase 2, which is basically it's a creepypasta version of the game that you just played. And the thing is, it's actually good creepypasta touches, but then there's also what I consider bad touches, where I feel like they make it too cartoony and too its thing, if that makes sense. After that, they have the Monica stuff, which is more, oh, Monica's an AI trapped in the game, and she wants to talk to the player directly, not to the player character within the game, and removes everything because that's all that matters to her. And then finally, there's the epilogue of, oh, wait, the literature club itself, the whole game is just corrupted. It all has to go down. I think Doki Doki Literature Club broken down, those are the basic 4 phases that go on, and they're not bad phases, but I feel like there's more. And here's the thing, we're not like making Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, and plus we're only making this in 3 weeks. That would be way too much work for the time frame of what we want this to be. But if I was in a position where like, hey, you remake Doki Doki Literature Club, and I'm making these notes because areas the Doki Doki Literature Club could definitely improve. There are areas it could improve in, even though at the same time, none of the things that I'm talking about ruin the game. I still very much enjoyed the experience, so I'm not even trying to say it particularly. It's like these are faults that the game has. It's just areas that I feel like it could have done things a little bit more interestingly or differently or better, basically. Now, considering our time frame, and that we're not trying to make something just like Doki Doki. We can go in a different direction with it, even that's like the base position thing. Okay. If I had to break all 4 phases down and talk about faults, and I'll just skim over the ones I just kind of went in more depth with. The first phase, really, my only issue is what I mentioned, is that the Sayori death is an inevitability, yet they try to frame it as your fault. I understand why, and it's effective the first time, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, oh, okay. Especially on replay. I mean, you realize how scripted the game really is, but anyways. To go a little bit further with that, honestly, it's not like I'm gonna write home about it, but I think that the first phase works partially because it's subtle enough. The horror aspects are there, but I feel like the first phase works because they're very subtle, and there's a more real thing being tackled with depression. It's a pretty real realization. I honestly think out of the 3 phases, or not the 3 phases, the 4 phases of Doki Doki Literature Club, the first phase is realized the best. It's not even that I think it's, like, personally, some of the stuff that they do in the second phase is my favorite part of the game, I guess, but then there's other aspects of the second phase which I think are actually done the worst. So it's kind of like the most divided chapter, but I'll get to that. But the first phase, I don't really have much more to comment on it. I think it's well done for what it is. I also can appreciate that horror games have an issue because horror needs to catch your attention, but then a lot of horror needs build up to be effective. The reason why so many horror movies, you spend, like, famously the first hour with very few things happening in the build up towards it. But in video games, that's a little bit harder to capture because, a horror game without anything happening for a while takes some time. So I can appreciate Doki Doki Literature Club's willingness to not really play its cards for a few hours. Like, it'll take you an hour and a half, 2 hours the first time reading through. I guess it depends on reading speed and all that, but, it's like half the game before you really get to the horror stuff, so yeah. There's technically a 5th phase. Yeah, there is actually, right, with the ARG stuff and all that. I know what you're talking about, and that does, I guess, count as its own separate phase thing. The first phase, what I'm talking about with all this, I think it's the most effective phase of the game. The second phase of the game both has some of my favorite moments in the game, but also my least favorite aspects of the game. My favorite moments is that the horror stuff, some of it is actually well done. Some of the random events and small touches are effective, interesting, fun. They're not, I wouldn't say scary. A few of them might be like there's a couple that are startling, but it's just kind of, it's interesting though, it's engaging. Except they go a little bit too far with it. But even the too far side is still fun. It's just not, it's a little bit sad that a game that was so effective at a deeper type of introspection in part 1 then sort of turns into a comical, cartoony thing. The cartoony horror stuff is still fun. It's still, like, interesting and entertaining. But it's just, it feels so hollow next to what the game was trying to say previously. I don't know, it's just like it just doesn't ring as true. It's still not, like, fun and all that, and it's still, like, an interesting part of the game, but there's a big issue with their interpretation. I feel like imagine if there was a very different version of Doki Doki Literature Club that's mostly the same, but the second and 4th phases were changed. So get to my issues of the 4th. I actually think my least favorite part of the game is the 4th phase, and I'll talk about that. But the second phase, I think a big part of the problem is just there's more interesting directions they could have gone in, which they just didn't. Like, imagine a Doki Doki Literature Club that instead of going for the creepy pasta, cartoony kind of horror that they end up going for, which, let me say this, what I'm about to say specifically might not have made a better game, and it probably wouldn't have struck with as many audiences. I hate to say it like this, but, kids love the creepy pastas. I like creepy pastas too, even. And we're talking with all this there. So it's not like I hate this direction or anything, but I think that the direction they went in appeals more to the broader audience that Doki Doki ended up saying. So even though I'm about to say the suggestion, I think it would have made a better artistic piece. I'm not sure if it would have made a better strike off with its like tween audience. I don't think it would have grown as big as it did if it went in the direction I'm about to suggest. All right. So let me just clarify that beforehand. I'm not saying this is, oh, this game would have been better and bigger with this, because ultimately I think that Doki Doki struck well with the audience it was aiming at. So there's that. But anyways, what I'm going to say is, imagine a Doki Doki that instead of the second phase going into that, the phase went into something more haunting, a lot more subtle with itself. If it played the horror, like the horror did ramp up, but not to an intensity number. If they decide to play things more subtle, like use more of the subtle tricks that you don't notice, like the camera slowly tilting or background elements changing, and that the characters and the dialogue were a little bit more haunting as opposed to overt edginess. Because instead of the characters getting edgy, it's more like they have a sense of something is wrong, but none of them know what's wrong, and developing more on sort of an existential fear and focus on, I guess you could say, loss and forgetfulness, and more, I guess you could say the dialogue can still get harder than the main game, but not in a way that is like trying to push in your face so much, just continuing building the subtle horror that was going on with it, I guess. Because there's a more of a subtle horror that builds in the first like part of the game, the first phase of it, which is completely lost in the second phase. And I'm just thinking of what would have happened if they had continued going in that direction as opposed to shifting into creepypasta land at the very end there. Which, I'm not even say creepypasta land's a bad direction. They execute it well for the standards of creepypasta, but the third phase is fine. I like it. And I don't really have any huge complaints about it. Maybe they could have done a little bit more with it, but whatever. It's just a minor thing. The fourth phase, I have big issues with. I think the fourth phase is by far the weakest part of the game. On one hand, I'm happy it doesn't just end with you deleting Monika, but I don't think the fourth phase adds anything interesting to the story. When I think about Doki Doki Literature Club, I don't think fondly of how the game ends. Is anyone super engaged by a plot line that you go back to the beginning, but now Monika is no longer in the game, Sayori's back to life and everyone else has returned, but then it turns out that Monika wasn't the real horror was the fucking club room, and Sayori goes on a crazy power trip. It's like, ha 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 ha, I can control everything, but is more immature than Monika, and Monika's like, well, I guess this whole game's just fucked. Bye, everyone. The end. The piano stuff at the end and the note at the end and all that's nice. That part is nice, but the actual last loop through Doki Doki Literature Club, when you're just going through the game again without Monika, and then Sayori's power trip at the end of the first day that ends the game. I don't know, it's just not great. And it makes the game feel like it doesn't really end on a satisfying note. I feel like if the Monika chapter didn't end as well as it did, a lot of people would have been very disappointed with the ending. The ending just ends up feeling like, okay, well, we already got the ending in the third phase, so this is just whatever. But yeah. Is it a good ending? I don't particularly interpret it as that. I also appreciate the ending of like, oh, here these characters go and all that, but yeah. No, I agree, and I think that they're nice. And they also have it. There's also the nice touch that Monika, throughout the whole entire game, keeps on making the excuse that she's late because of piano lessons, and it sounds like an excuse with everything. And then at the very end of the game, and during the credits, she actually plays you the piano song that she's been practicing on. That's actually a nice touch. And etc. and so forth and so on. I feel like just the actual chapter, the final chapter thing of you going back to the game with Monika and Sayori power tripping is Eh. Right, actually, I forgot about that. I had spaced on that, and that is true. And that's nice enough, but all the same, all the same. I had spaced on that, so thank you, because I didn't experience that in my playthrough, but I knew about that post playing it, so. Because I just played naturally through the route which I was going through, as opposed to going through all 3 routes at a time. Aye, aye. I'm starting to get to the point of sleepiness. There is stuff. Now, I'm not going to dissect right now exactly how we should do our Doki Doki. I'm just thinking about Doki Doki right now because, we're going to be going to bed pretty soon. Well, I'm going to be going to bed pretty soon. And I'm going to probably sleep on this, and I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to think about how to best realize this. If we're going to make a 3-week span Doki Doki inspired game, how do we do a Doki Doki type game? Well, not stepping on the same notes. And the one thing which I can say is that Doki Doki is not a perfect game, and that it never was, and I don't think it's trying to claim that it is. But at the same time, I mean, do we stick close to the formula but subvert it? Do I really want to just make a full-on visual novel that then subverts it? Do I want to do something different with it? I kind of want to do something different with it, but then what? And how do you do something different while also kind of tapping into that same thing? I know that the base thing is that people wanted a Yae Gameworks visual novel. What is a Yae Gameworks visual novel, and how do I realize that in interesting ways? And I like meta horror. The problem with this is I actually love fucking meta horror. When I added some slight meta horror elements in the first game I ever released, which was, well, not the first game I ever released, the second one, which was Girls Graveyard back in 2013. It's a very small aspect of Girls Graveyard, but it was still there. And back then, unfortunately, I didn't know the coding language to go deeper. I do know how to do deeper meta horror stuff now. There's still more I could learn, definitely. But the problem is that meta horror, it's a thing which I love, and I would love to do a meta horror game, but I don't. It's overdone, and now if you try to do it, it's just going to be compared to what other games have already done, unless you went with a really good, unique spin on it, which is harder to come up with than it sounds on the surface. That's a shame, because I really like meta horror, and I do want to do a type of meta horror. I will also say this, though. I say this, but then there hasn't really been a big meta horror game in a while. Like, what was the last meta horror game that was, like, a deal to anyone, really? I can't think of one. But the thing is, meta horror, for the sake of meta horror, it can still be fun, but it doesn't, like, people know it. It's been in some of the most popular indie games in the last 5 years. Both Undertale and Doki Doki Literature Club are definitely among the biggest 5 indie games of the last 5 years, and both of them use meta horror thing. Unfortunately, meta horror is mainstream now. Meta game breaks has not. It's not like, oh, the game's beyond itself. But then also, I know for a fact, and One Shot's another one. The One Shot isn't like one of the top ones, as in popular. I'm talking about like mainstream popularity. One Shot is up there, but I think you could definitely say that Undertale and Doki Doki Literature Club got a bigger audience than One Shot did. The One Shot does predate both of them, at least the original freeware version. There's been other meta horror attempts that did kind of. I think it died out for the similar reason that if you do meta horror, you're competing against what Undertale and Doki Doki did at this point. There's other games, like Arishu Syndrome is an older example that does it. And there's a game I played called The Fourth Wall, which did it, which is back from 2011. Hi. Some yawns there. So you do have to be. How do you do meta? And the thing is, I like meta horror. So this is a serious question I'm going to be thinking about, because I do want to do a meta horror thing. But how do you do an interesting twist on meta horror in this day and age? Meta horror is not a surprise. It's not. People don't perceive it as a real thing. So yeah. I don't think that make a very engaging experience. Like it could in the right context, anything can. But I feel like a lot of characters acting like they're actors that just don't care about reading their lines is a very engaging experience. Like it could be in the right context again, but do you kind of see what I'm saying? Where I'm like, I'm not sure if that's exactly the hook that make people be like, this is the new best take on this. I'm not. We don't even have to be the best, and I realize that. But I would like to try and make something. If we're gonna go in this direction, I kind of realized to stand out that we need to make it something special. So yeah. That's true, and like even Irisu Syndrome, the meta horror can't just exist by itself. It needs an engaging story to make, like any good story, the story itself needs to be engaging to make people give a damn about it. So there's actually, this is worth mentioning. Pathologic is actually Pathologic 2 in particular has a Pathologic the original is actually one of the oldest fourth wall breaking games I can think of. Like not a game that broke the fourth wall, but did some stuff with it. Pathologic 2, the reason why I thought about it right now is that Pathologic 2 is phased and framed like a play, and there's meta fourth wall breaking and stuff about the player human connection. What you're talking about, Colin, actually sounds a lot like Pathologic 2. And I just realized that when you said the stage comparison. Because there's a suggestion all the characters in the game are actors and some of them are trying and not trying. And there's even a character that partway through the game gives up. Like their character is like, I'm done with this role. And then another character model with a different voice actor replaces them. And everyone treats them like they're the same person, but it's like a different actor playing them. It's like they're stand in like their backup actor thing. Anyways, Pathologic 2 is a good game. Alright, Grayson, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And I shall. We'll probably get more started tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to start off by continuing trying to figure out what we're actually making. And we'll probably get started with the actual work side of things. Tonight, I kind of figured that we were going to talk a little bit about this, and it's okay where we're at the moment. I guess that's kind of true. In Undertale, at least, it's definitely true. In Doki Doki Literature Club, it's true. You know what? That is actually a very interesting point there, Brenton. Yes, the two most popular examples of meta horror is taking control away from the player. They take control away from the player and give the antagonist ability, like obviously Flowey in Undertale and Monica in Doki Doki Literature Club, and give them the ability to control the direction of the game and break the game's rules. That is true of both examples, and an interesting and good observation there. I'm getting sleepy, obviously. It's probably the best idea that we sleep on this, and like I'll probably sleep on it, but at the same time I'm like, I want to crack this a little bit more. We'll definitely resume streaming this tomorrow. A lot to figure out and do. Yeah, I think it's about time to call off. I'm getting really sleepy. And it is like we've been streaming for a while here. So, we didn't, obviously, so we picked a basic direction, and we talked about some things, and that's good. Tomorrow is probably the day that we'll spend the first few hours, probably the first couple hours, deciding the direction to go in. and then we'll actually start the actual development and make some bigger decisions. It's going to be a lot of early decision making tomorrow. That's most likely what we'll mount down to. And that's part of the fun. It's the early stages. It could be after the Monica AI type character dies, and something so unknown appears you can't even tell if they are joking with your want to kill you. The character of uncertainty. Things to go with. I should probably bring a notepad in case I have something else I want to write when I'm laying in bed thinking about this. But, because I don't have my phone, otherwise if you just use that. But I will say this, is that we probably won't come to an exact conclusion. I'm probably too tired to process all the potential options at the moment, but it's something I'm going to sit on and think about. Because we can't just do exactly as what's come before has done. Unfortunately, none of that is a surprise in this day and age, yada yada. And one aspect, it's more than just the meta horror aspect. The cute thing that turns cursed and the meta horror thing are both types of horror I really like, and types of horror other people really like. It's just hard to pull that as a surprise these days. Also, keep in mind that we're playing an RPG Maker type thing. So, yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm going to have to think more on this. For now, I'm probably going to sign this off. Hopefully it was enjoyable enough. Tomorrow, we should probably be more collected. Maybe I'll think of something tonight, and I'll be able to share it by tomorrow. Maybe I won't. We'll find out. So, tomorrow, we have to come up... I have a few goals for tomorrow. We have to come up with the game name. We have to start off on the project. Sprite. Some stuff. We have to probably get some... Either work on some music or decide some of the music to use outside. I have some ideas about that. I might prepare it ahead before streaming even. And then just decide what direction we're going with, get the game started, the ball rolling, choose some plugins which I can get working, do a little bit of... I probably won't do the coding on stream. Coding is not very interesting. Coding is as interesting as somebody typing a book in front of you, but not like rapidly. They type it, look over things over and over again, make sure there's no typos, highlight the important things, organize it. It's a slow process. Not even just a slow process, just it's not a very interesting process. So yeah. But for now, and that's okay, Crimson. There's some stuff I'm going to sit here and think. Let me say this. If the answer was obvious, somebody would have already done it. Doki Doki came out in 2017. That game is getting close to 3 years old. So, yeah. Correct. It's just not a very fun to watch process. I don't think it'd be a very engaging streaming experience. I'll probably do coding on my own time, which is fine. Thankfully, RPG Maker works a little bit differently with coding than most things, because how RPG Maker works is that you mostly code through scripting, through like script calls inside the game, but most of it is done by plugins, which is basically just mechanics that you attach onto the game. There's a lot of people that have already made plugins, which is useful. But if you want something that someone else hasn't already made, then you have to make it yourself. But it leaves coding to be pretty simple. So, yeah. Partially because you don't have to like code the same things over and over again. You can just use the example and it just automatically applies itself. So it's got that going for it. All the same. I'm getting sleepy. Alright, so we're in the stream here. Tomorrow we will stream. What time will we start? I'm not quite sure. Because I'm going to bed now, probably past noon my time zone. But yeah. Until then, I'll catch you guys next time. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully y'all enjoyed. We'll probably get to actual game development tomorrow, so look forward to that. And but not the very beginning. The very beginning of the next stream will definitely still be us deciding what direction to go in, because it takes a little bit of thinking about. I might think of something tonight, but if I don't, that's okay. For now, adieu everyone. Have a wonderful night. Sleep tight.